The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of May 22nd, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor at Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Morning. Tomorrow will be the anniversary of D-Day. My prayer this morning is based on the prayer of Franklin Delano Roosevelt on June 6, 1944. God of the ages, we give thanks for the 200 years that this building has stood. Within these halls, the people's business has been done. We are aware today of those who have come before us, who have laid the foundations of democracy. We trust your sustaining presence. Whatever the risk, whatever providence provides, we stand secure together, knowing that we continue to work towards justice and freedom for all. God of the ages, we remember today those who over 80 years ago set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. They were led with strength in their arms, stoutness into their hearts, and steadfastness in their faith. The road to victory was long and hard, for the enemy was strong. Success did not come with rushing speed, but we returned again and again, and we know that by the grace of God and by the righteousness of our cause, we triumphed. Those who fought on D-Day fought not for the lust of conquest. They fought to end conquest. They fought to liberate. They fought to let justice arise and tolerance and goodwill among all people. They yearned for the end of the battle, for the return to the haven of home. Some never returned. Embrace them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. Give us strength to follow their footsteps, to not forget their sacrifice, strengthen us in our daily tasks, to redouble the contributions we make in the physical and material support of our armed forces. And, O Lord, give us faith in each other, faith in our united crusade. Let not the keenness of our spirit ever be dulled. Let not the impacts of temporary events, of temporal matters, of but fleeting moment, let not those deter us in our unquenchable purpose. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogance. Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace, a peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Pembroke, Representative Brian Seaworth, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes the Pembroke Hill School Chorus, who will now sing our national anthem. The House will now attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, important business, Representatives Blajolibrik, Bucco, Hicks, Schultz, and Summers. The day, death in the family, Representative St. Clair.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Ted Barbour, husband of Representative Barbour, Wendy Jerry and Crystal Gordon, guests of Representatives Mahegan and Southworth, Brenda Madden, guest of Representative Bixby, Oliver Boschman, Peter Boschman Sr. and Peter Boschman Jr., guests of Representative Boschman, Jamie Reed, Lauren Legere, Evie Ullman, and Simon Amaya Price, guests of Representative Mazur, the Honorable Arlene Coratiello, former member from Atkinson, the Honorable Alicia Lekis, former member from Hudson, Stephen Palmer, and 8th grade students from Seacoast Classical Academy, guests of Representative McDonald, 4th grade students from Linwood Elementary School, guests of Representative Stringham, and 4th grade students from Mount Vernon Village School, guests of Representative Post. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to Senate messages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 606, relative to a patient's right to appropriate reproductive care for medical conditions. Representative McDonald moves we concur and is recognized.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill relative to a patient's right to medically appropriate care for reproductive disorders came out of the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee on a 15-3 vote, a strong bipartisan majority. The changes that the Senate made are relatively minor. They changed phrases, for example, like medically appropriate care for reproductive disorders to, quote, right to appropriate reproductive care for medical conditions. In one case, they removed the word only. They specify that the Board of Medicine will take disciplinary action, allows for a complaint to the board, and grants rulemaking authority to the board to hear and take action on complaints. The prime sponsor is in agreement with these changes. A lead co-sponsor is in agreement with these changes. The ranking Democrat on our committee is in agreement with these changes, and I ask the body's concurrence.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 606. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 225, relative to the employment of military spouses in the event of involuntary deployment of a service member. Representative Creighton moves we concur and is recognized.
Chair recognizes Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recommend concur to the Senate amendment to HB 225. The amendment did two things. It changed established to certify, and it clarified some of the information regarding the number of employees in each one of the companies. These are reasonable modifications, and they make sense. I, along with the ranking Democrat, recommend concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 225 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 248, relative to notice requirements regarding state employee investigations and relative to legislative ethics requirements. Representative Creighton moves we non-concur and is recognized to speak to this motion.
Representative Creighton moves that we non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recommend non-concur to the Senate amendment to HB 248. The amendment eliminates a critical portion of the original bill. It also adds a non-germane portion to the bill, which is actually looks at the definition of special interests. The definition of special interest falls within the ethics committee. The ethics committee chair and the judicial chair both recommend no, as these changes have not been vetted. They have not had a public hearing, and they've not gone through anyone in the House. And so they both recommend non-concur to this amendment. Also, the ranking member of the Labor Committee recommends non-concur based on these changes. For these reasons, we recommend non-concur to this amendment to HB 248. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is non-concur on House Bill 248. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. The House will now attend to the consent calendar. Are there any bills to be removed from consent?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Senate Bill 25, removed by Representatives Leon, Tom Mannion, Amon, Bolio, Noble, Nodder, Weary, Saborn, Deschonry, DeRoy, and McFarland. From the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Senate Bill 297, removed by Representative Polozov, DeRoy, Martin, McFarling, Tom Mannion, Hughes, Saborn, Deschonry, Panic, Comtois, and Mahegan. From the Committee on Education Funding, Senate Bill 209, removed by Representatives Perez, Cole, Spillane, Morton, Drew, Davis, Alexander, Giason, Boyd, and Barry. And from the Committee on Ways and Means, Senate Bill 249, removed by Representatives Nodder, Tom Mannion, Granger, Saborn Deschonry, Slotjay, Spillane, Osborne, Cordelli, DeVito, and Plozov.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Senator Osborne moves that a consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 72 FN, an act establishing a parental bill of rights in education. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Deborah D. Simone for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, I report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Heather Raymond for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move to table Senate Bill 72, and I request that I make a parliamentary inquiry.
Do you want a division? Sweeney's requested a roll call.
Okay, the motion is to table Senate Bill 72. It's a proper motion. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
So he'll do a PI for, she'll do a PI against.
Oh, okay, all right. The motion before us is to table Senate bills. The House will be in order. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 72. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Pecorino for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are 5 amendments on the calendar today for Senate Bill 72, and that one of the amendments amends the amendment which we were going to consider in the last session, but was special ordered to today, and that there were at least 2 other amendments to this amendment in committee, and when it came to us, it had already been amended 2 other times by the other body. And if I know that the amendments are similar to the amendments that we considered to a companion bill that has now been sent over to the other body, which currently is also being amended, and if I know, and if I believe that I'm going to hear today that the amendment being proposed today is the amendment that will end all amendments, but I seriously doubt that, wouldn't I vote to table this so we can bring forth legislation which respects parental rights and guarantees the safety and welfare for children and is deserving of this body? And I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Senate Bill 72's final amendment will be heard today, and that's the only amendment that makes sense, all the other amendments are not necessary, then I will be voting no on the tabling motion so that we can get on with the business of the day and get the Parental Bill of Rights passed today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote red, please.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 72. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 168 voting aye, 211 voting nay. The motion fails. Okay. We are now on the majority amendment, which is 1832H, printed in House Record 25, pages 22 through 25. The chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
Speak against the majority amendment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Are we doing speeches or PIs?
This, you had been signed up to do the majority, speak against the majority amendment.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge the body to vote against the majority amendment, and I think we have bipartisan agreement that the majority of the amendment does not meet the needs of the people of New Hampshire. It has a number of major problems with constitutionality and also interfering with police investigations on sexual abuse, as well as some medical parts. And I believe that there are better amendments coming this morning, so I urge everyone to vote no on the committee amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kofal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are indeed better amendments coming later today. We have done a lot of work on this bill. The committee did a lot of work on this bill. I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment, then we can move on and hear the other amendments, which include a replace all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 1832H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The nays have it. The motion is defeated. It's already stated. We are now on to the bills on second reading, open to further amendment. The amendment is Representative Kofalt offers Amendment 2492H. And it's in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative Pellegrino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here we are once again considering yet another amendment to the so-called Parental Bill of Rights. And of course, we continue to hear that parents are losing their rights as justification for this legislation. Yet all of the rights that already are in statute have never been rescinded. In fact, they have been affirmed time and time again by court rulings. So parents are not losing their rights. Instead, some may feel that their rights are being violated, and therefore it would be best if we directed them where to find proper recourse. We have also heard that all of the existing parental rights should be coalesced into a single statute. But parents need to look no further than to the Department of Education's website, which already lists all of their rights. Or we could simply compile all of the existing statutes into one bill, and we'd have no problem with that. But instead, the sponsors have chosen to incorporate new, problematic language, which accounts for the many different amendments. And that is why we often hear that their version is more comprehensive. But we believe that what is more comprehensive is actually unconstitutional, and it puts children in harm's way. First is the standard, the very high standard of clear and convincing evidence to support a compelling state interest that a child is being abused, which such a high standard school personnel could not be able to report to DCYF their suspicions of child abuse when a child consistently comes to school with bruises. A simple Google search explains that this example is a combination of medical documentation, expert testimony, witness statements, and the exclusion of other possibilities would create clear and convincing evidence that a child was likely abused. Such evidence would be nearly impossible for school personnel to obtain. And as such, we would be giving cover to child abusers. And I'm sure that's not the intent, but that's exactly what that provision does. Then there is the matter of the mandatory disclosure provision required of school personnel, which puts all children in harm's way. School personnel would be forced to answer any and all questions directed by parents. Now, this is not a problem. This is not a problem in the vast majority of cases. But like the clear and convincing evidence provision, this will give cover to those few abusive parents. As such, children who cannot confide in their parents for whatever reason, parents who are struggling with their own personal demons, families which are dysfunctional, these children would now be hesitant to talk to their teachers, coaches, the school nurse, guidance counselors, for fear that their confidentiality would be violated. This effectively kills the Department of Education's One Trusted Adult program, which former Governor Sununu championed. If troubled kids cannot talk with their parents for any reason, and they know they now cannot talk to their trusted adults at school, then where will they turn? The answer is nowhere, except maybe to unsavory individuals who will exploit them. Drugs, homelessness, or self-harm. I asked this question in committee. I sincerely asked, is there anyone here who supports this bill who can alleviate my concerns and answer this question, where will these kids go? One person said, well, they can go see their minister. I looked this up. Surprisingly, I found that only 20 to 30% of New Hampshire residents regularly attend church. I brought my children to church every Sunday, my wife and I, every Sunday. But my kids did not have the relationship with their pastor as they had with their teachers and coaches. Another member said, well, they can always talk to a family member other than mom and dad. When I moved to New Hampshire nearly 40 years ago, it was just me, my wife, and my son. My other child came along, and guess what? We still have no extended family in New Hampshire. And so don't many other children. And how can they trust their relatives to maintain their confidentiality? And then somebody else said, well, they can always report to DCYF if they're being abused. And I thought to myself, well, I'm not talking about physical abuse. I'm talking about dysfunctional families, kids who just need an adult to talk to when their parents are not being adults. But then, how many 14 and 15-year-olds have the wherewithal to actually call DCYF if necessary? Sincerely, I support parental rights, but I will never support legislation that puts one child in harm's way. And that is why I passionately urge my colleagues to consider parental rights along with the safety and the welfare of children by voting against this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Kofal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 months ago, this body passed House Bill 10. And in doing that, we affirmed our commitment to parental rights. We affirmed our commitment to the proposition that governments do not raise children, parents do. Today, we have an opportunity to reaffirm that. And the foundation of this bill and the bills that came before us is the statement that parental rights are fundamental. So the speaker who came before me referred to past court rulings claiming that they affirm parental rights in all cases. In fact, we had a case here in New Hampshire, Jane Doe versus the Manchester School District, in which the court did not decide affirmatively for parental rights. They applied what is called rational basis review. This is the least restrictive level of judicial review possible. And why did they do that? Because they did not have clear, unequivocal guidance from this legislature and our governor that parental rights are fundamental and that they must be viewed through a lens of strict scrutiny. That changes the game. Today we have an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to parents' rights. The amendment before you combines the best features of the House bill that we passed in March and the bill that came over to us from the other body. This amendment prioritizes issues that are of greatest concern to Granite Staters by focusing on education. It affirms that parents have a fundamental right with respect to the education and upbringing of their children. It provides for proactive notification, not asking parents to go look on the DOE website. It provides for proactive notification at the school district level to inform and educate New Hampshire parents about their rights. This amendment also includes meaningful and realistic measures to ensure accountability. And I want to address for a moment this concern that kids will no longer have the ability to speak to a trusted adult. This bill contains provisions that if there is abuse, there is absolutely a path, as there always has been, for teachers to report that. We are all mandatory reporters to report abuse, to make sure that the right people are called in to protect the child and rectify that situation. The problem with the argument I've been hearing today, and the problem with the argument I've been hearing all along, is that we are presuming that parents are unfit, and therefore we must keep information from the many and keep them in the dark because we think there might be a few out there. We have procedures to handle those situations, and we do. I wish they were perfect. They're not. But this bill does nothing to undermine those. Our governor has made a strong commitment to parental rights, and with this amendment, I am confident we have a bill that she can comfortably support. The Parental Bill of Rights has been a long time coming. Today, it's time that we deliver on our promises to Granite Staters by affirming that parental rights are fundamental. I ask my colleagues to join me in pressing the green button.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Cofault Amendment 2492H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe in parental rights, and I absolutely do, but I also believe that this amendment is unconstitutional, and should it become law, I'm almost certain that it's going to be challenged in court. And, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that clear and convincing evidence standard is way too high, as well as the mandatory school disclosure provision, that both will cause harm to some children, even one child is way too much, would I press the red button and vote no? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that every parent has a fundamental right to raise their children, and if I know that communicating with any entity that has any contact with those child is necessary to raise those children properly, honestly, and clearly, then I will vote green to pass this essential bill on parental rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 2492H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DiSilvestro.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 215 voting yea, 166 voting nay. The amendment passes. Representative Raymond offers floor. The bill's on second reading. Open to further amendment. Representative Raymond offers floor amendment 2348 and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Floor Amendment 2348. This floor amendment changes one and only one aspect of the Parental Bill of Rights. It removes the phrase clear and convincing for the evidence needed under compelling state interest because it drastically changes the standards for schools to call DCYF about potential abuse on a child that was perpetrated by a parent. The words clear and convincing evidence by themselves seem logical, but this is actually a technical legal standard. Clear and convincing is a legal term that means 90% sure. It's currently used by the state only in cases where the state has already proven abuse in a lower court or the parent has already been convicted of criminal abuse and the state is now seeking to terminate parental rights at the Supreme Court, freeing a child for adoption. This threshold is extreme for a reason. It's higher than the threshold for a jury to convict someone of criminal abuse, and it's much too high to put on schools and school staff members. If SB 72 passes without removing the qualifier clear and convincing, a child telling someone at school that they're being sexually abused by a parent would not be enough for the school to call DCYF, because that disclosure would not meet the new legal threshold of clear and convincing evidence. I know this doesn't seem logical. The words clear and convincing seem like a child telling their elementary school teacher would be enough for that teacher to report. But this is an established legal term with a specific meaning when it comes to the state. Including it in this bill under compelling state interest has a very specific impact. Some examples of evidence that would meet the clear and convincing evidence standard are things like video evidence or medical evidence coupled with eyewitness testimony. These are not things a school teacher or counselor or principal would ever have access to. And frankly, we don't want school staff asking children probing questions. We don't want them investigating on their own. What we want schools to do is to, when they get a disclosure, to call the child abuse hotline so trained social workers and police detectives can do their jobs without further interference from the school. Currently, the standard in all 50 states to report to DCYF is what's called a reasonable cause to suspect. A child disclosing sexual abuse to a teacher or a doctor meets that threshold. If we pass this bill with the standard of clear and convincing evidence, it would mean that the compelling state interest is to defer to the parent who is potentially sexually abusing their own child instead of calling DCYF and the police. I'm certain that no one in this chamber is comfortable with this. I'm certain that every person in this room wants to protect children, especially children who are victims of sexual abuse. 2 weeks ago, there was an excellent story in New Hampshire Public Radio about the potential harm that could be caused by this bill. The New Hampshire sexual assault nurses made it clear that in cases of child sex abuse, the provisions of SB 72 would prohibit them from gathering critical medical evidence in a timely manner. We also know that this is the likely outcome because this is exactly what is happening in Idaho, where they passed a similar bill last year. Their legislature is working on a new bill to fix the problems now. But in the meantime, there are children who have asked for help and not been able to get it. We all agree that parents have rights and schools should be working with parents, not against them. But we also know that some parents hurt their children, and those children need help from trusted adults. Those of us in this chamber have a responsibility to strike a balance that protects the rights of parents and the best interests of children who are victims of physical and sexual abuse. This floor amendment simply strikes clear and convincing from the bill's definition of compelling government interest. Evidence is still there because there should be a documented reason for concern. Again, evidence stays, just the qualifier is removed. This floor amendment protects our most vulnerable children by ensuring that if they tell an adult at school that their parent is abusing them, the school is still allowed to call DCYF, and DCYF can call the police and they can do the investigation together. I urge you to vote yes on this floor amendment, and I ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kofall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to read briefly from two sections of the bill. One is where the phrase compelling state interest appears. Infringement of parental rights prohibited. No school may infringe on the fundamental rights of a parent to direct the upbringing, education, healthcare, and mental health of his or her minor child, without demonstrating that such action is necessary to achieve a compelling state interest, that such action is narrowly tailored, and that such interest is not otherwise served by less restrictive means. That apparently is the section of concern. There's nothing in there that says an adult cannot report their concerns to DCYF. There's nothing that says they cannot raise those concerns. Moreover, in the amendment that we just passed, no provision of this chapter is meant to restrain or interfere with any state or local law enforcement agency investigations of criminal violations of New Hampshire law by a minor. This is a very clear statement that what I said before is true. This does nothing to impinge our ability to report child abuse, to report concerns about child abuse or suspicions of child abuse, and for law enforcement to investigate those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Raymond Floor Amendment 2348. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Raymond for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that just saying nothing is meant to interfere with an investigation doesn't actually stop the language from interfering with the investigation and reporting, and if I know that clear and convincing evidence when referring to compelling state interest is an already established legal term that requires states to demonstrate 90% certainty in certain cases at the state Supreme Court and not just a common sense phrase, and if I know that if we do not remove this term from SB 72, it will significantly interfere with reporting and investigation of child sexual abuse, leaving children in danger and protecting perpetrators, would I then press the green button to pass this tiny amendment to remove the term clear and convincing while leaving the requirement for evidence? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the issues that were just spoken about are already addressed in the amendment that we just passed, therefore leaving the amendment we're talking about now unnecessary, then would I vote red? And let's move on with the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Floor Amendment 2348. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gallagher.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 169 voting yea, 212 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're now on to ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand before you deeply concerned about the proposed parental right bill that mandates the mandatory disclosure of information a child shares at school. While I understand that the intent is to promote family involvement, this legislation threatens to undermine children's safety, trust, and well-being in profound ways. Let's be clear, schools are more than just places for academics. They are safe spaces for our children, and they should be able to share their thoughts, feelings, and experiences without fear of immediate exposure. Forcing school personnel to disclose everything a child says, regardless of context, safety, or family situation, risks exposing vulnerable children to harm, especially those from complicated backgrounds. Consider the wide range of children that will be affected. It will not only be the LGBTQ+ students who will be outed and forced face harm. It's also children involved in custody disputes, those living in domestic violence, children in neglectful and abusive environments. What about the children revealing that they are in unsafe situations, sharing fears about their home life? Mandatory disclosure can force children to reveal themselves in ways that put them directly in harm. The legislation strips away the discretion that educators and school counselors need to protect our children's best interests. These trusted adults are not investigators. They are guides who should assess each situation carefully, always priority the children's safety. Requiring the mandatory disclosures without sensitivity or confidentiality can cause children to withdraw, distrust adults, and suffer retaliation from abusive family members. Moreover, existing laws already require disclosures related for children's safety and education or breaking the school conduct at school. This new bill adds no protection for only potential harm. Some argue this legislation will help parents know if their child is being bullied or involved in drug use, but those issues are already subject to the mandatory reporting that we have already. The real question is, in what world does an adult's right to know outweigh a child's right to safety? If parents want a better relationship with their children, they can get involved and build that trust and not rely on legislation that compromises another child's safety. There's also a misconception that neglectful or abusive families don't actually contact the schools, so this law won't affect those situations. That's simply not true. Many families, yes, even the dysfunctional ones, depend on schools as their primary point of contact, especially during custody disputes and domestic crisis. School staff often find themselves caught between supporting children and navigating family dynamics. As someone who has worked closely with vulnerable children, I'm a former foster child myself, and I have fostered over a dozen children as well as had my own, and I was also a social worker for homeless youth. I can tell you firsthand that the adult-like burdens that many of our children are facing right now are hard. And they go to and sometimes school is the only safe place they have. Many have endured trauma, violence, and neglect. Transgender youth in particular face alarming higher rates as being victims of violence and homelessness. Weeks ago, we took a stand against human trafficking. Now I urge you to focus on preventing such vulnerabilities before they happen by providing supportive systems within our communities that protect children from exploitation and harms. Schools should be a place of support and safety, not surveillance. As a parent and an advocate, I implore you to consider the real-world impact of this bill. It is easy to vote along your party lines or accept the narrative that this legislation is solely about a parent's fundamental rights. But true parental rights include the responsibility to protect children from harm, not exposing them to additional dangers. Many of us who have testified against this bill have dedicated countless hours working with children who have suffered because their voices were silenced. Before you cast your vote, think of the children counting on us to prioritize their safety over adult fears or political agendas. Let's not turn our schools into places where children's confidence are betrayed, at-risk youth are further endangered, and where the trust between children and educators is broken. Children need and deserve caring, supportive adults, not spies or informants. They need and deserve to feel safe, loved, and protected. Having walked through this trauma myself, as well as alongside of many kids in this situation, we can do better. We should pass legislation that safeguards children's well-being, supports their growth, and respects their need for confidentiality and safety. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on its face, this so-called parental Bill of Rights may seem like a noble cause. After all, who among us would argue that parents shouldn't be involved in their children's lives? They should be, and in New Hampshire, they already are. But if you look beneath the surface of this bill, along with the history of all of the attempts at amendments and types of bills like this is not about engagement. It's about control. It's about erasing the constitutional rights of children and replacing them with unchecked authority that can be used and, in some cases, abused by adults. This is not an accident. This is not a drafting error. This is by design. This bill rewrites the legal balance of rights that our Constitution has long protected. It sends a message loud and clear that children have no rights unless their parents grant them. That is not liberty. That is not due process, and that is not what New Hampshire stands for. This bill gives cover to the very people our laws should protect children from. It empowers abusers because abusers don't want scrutiny. They don't want oversight. They want the law to back them up when they isolate, manipulate, and silence a child. And this bill does exactly that. It does this by forcing schools and counselors into impossible corners. It does this by eliminating safe, confidential conversations that save lives. And it does this by treating children not as people, but as property. But we know better. Children are not the property of the government. Children are not the property of the schools. Children are not the property of teachers. And children are not the property of their parents. They are people. People with voices, hopes, fears, and rights. And in New Hampshire, our courts have affirmed that. In Kimberly C., our Supreme Court held that a child is entitled to due process and a voice in court. In Juvenile 2001-708, the court recognized that minors are entitled to challenge decisions that affect their liberties. And yet, here we are, debating a bill that pretends those rights don't exist. Good parents which, let me state this very clearly, the vast majority of New Hampshire parents are good parents, don't need this bill. They're already engaged, already making decisions in their child's best interest, already building trust without coercion. They don't need government to hand them absolute authority over every thought or feeling their child has. Parenting isn't about control. It's about connection. And when that connection is real and healthy, no legislation is needed to preserve it. But when we pass laws that demand obedience over understanding, that prioritize parental dominance over child safety, we aren't strengthening families. We are weakening trust. We are silencing the very people who need us the most. This bill will not protect children. It will protect those who harm them. It will help turn our state into a sanctuary for abuse, and it will come at the cost of a child's right to safety, to self, and to speak. So I say this again, this is not a parental bill of rights, this is a blueprint for legal domination over children. It is a constitutional threat disguised as family policy. And Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to remember this, our votes carry weight. We are not here to affirm ideology, we are here to defend liberty, for all people, including children. Let us be worthy of that responsibility. Let us uphold the rights we swore to protect. Vote no on this bill and vote no on taking rights away from New Hampshire children. And I would request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Kohlfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will be brief because I've already been up here making the case for why we need a parental bill of rights, but I want to talk a little bit about trust. We have heard this term trusted adults several times in this conversation. Are parents trusted adults? I'm going to say affirmatively that in the vast majority of cases, parents are the most trusted adults, and that no one cares more about their children than they do. Do we curtail their rights? Do we keep them in the dark? Because there are some bad actors, and there are. But this bill does nothing to undermine the processes that we have in place to protect children today. Growing up is hard. Every family has its challenges, and every family, somewhere along the way, has some difficult conversations. Keeping parents in the dark is not an answer to that problem. So this brings us back to my opening statement before. Governments do not raise children, parents do. I ask you to join me in voting green to affirm that statement.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 72. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that this legislation is unconstitutional, and I know it will cause real harm to children, and if I believe that most parents are indeed trusted adults, but in some instances, children may not be able to turn to them. And if I believe that keeping children safe from injury is a compelling state interest, and that we need to balance parental rights, with the safety and the well-being of our children, would I press the red button and vote against this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that most parents are way more trustworthy than teachers like Pamela Smart, then I will vote to pass this bill as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 72. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 214 voting yea, 167 voting nay. The motion passes. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks on the debate from SB 72 be added to the permanent journal.
Without objection. Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 87 FN, Act relative to one-day liquor license requirements and making saloons and barber shops eligible for on-premise licenses. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jared Sullivan for the committee. The amendment is 2293H, printed in House Record 27, pages 42 for 43. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to table SB 14.
It's not in front of us yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So go ahead and read the report.
Okay. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 14 FN, an act relative to the penalty for certain fentanyl-related offenses. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Bashir for the minority of the committee. Now, for what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table SB 14.
Motion is to table Senate Bill 14. That is a proper motion. Representative Rhodes requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 14. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Newell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that as this bill has moved through both chambers, we've seen repeated attempts to make it more attractive to those of us who believe that mandatory minimum sentences have been and will continue to be a dismal failure. If I also know that mandatory minimums take discretion away from judges and add millions to our incarceration costs, despite 45 years of experience with a failed war on drugs, that shows that policies like these have no impact on deterring people from committing these crimes. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that we can save a whole lot of time by tabling this bill right now, I urge you to press the green button to do so.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we've been trying it their way for over a decade and fentanyl is still killing our citizens, would I not vote to red on this? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 14. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Khan. Representative.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 203 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to the majority amendment 2372H. The chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fentanyl kills, just like heroin kills, just like methamphetamine kills. We've been singing this song for over 50 years, that the way to deal with these insidious drugs that kill people and ruin lives and ruin families is to increase the punishment and to have mandatory minimums. And we know that those fail. For example, in Florida, after they passed mandatory minimums, the arrest rate for drug crimes went up 50%. Another study shows that mandatory minimums had no effect on the level of illegal drug use, on arrests for drugs, on any significant control over the drug problem. So that we know these don't work. It's been proven over and over again. And mandatory minimums are expensive. It costs about $78,000 a year to house someone in the New Hampshire State Prison. Mandatory minimums will increase the number of people in the New Hampshire State Prison and will increase the cost at a time where we're struggling with the amount of money we can afford to spend on prisons. More specifically, included in SB 14 is the original SB 15, which puts in place mandatory minimums for the sale of drugs, the distribution of drugs with death resulting. And that's a strict liability crime. Those of you who have teenage children or young adults, if they go to a party and one of their friends says, give this to your friend so-and-so, and your son, your daughter does that, and that person dies because contained in that package was drugs that included fentanyl, your daughter, your son, in spite of the fact they had no idea that was happening, they distributed the drug. It doesn't matter whether they knew it or not. They are guilty of death resulting, and they would get a mandatory minimum. The Cato Institute, which many of you this side of the aisle are familiar with, has been steadfastly opposed to mandatory minimums for decades. And now, to entertain you all on a serious note, I'm going to quote Grover Norquist, somebody who, on so many issues, I do not get along with and do not agree with, but he has some pretty sound libertarian perspectives on a number of things. Let me read to you what Grover Norquist says about mandatory minimums. Mandatory minimums have become a sort of poor man's prohibition, grossly simplistic and ineffectual government response to a problem that has been around longer than our government itself. Viewed through a skeptical lens I train on all other government programs, I have concluded that mandatory minimum sentencing policies are not worth the high cost to Americans' taxpayers. I ask you to vote no on the committee amendment and be done once again with this effort to the failed effort to deal with the drug issues in this country through mandatory minimums. Please press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. So, mandatory minimums notwithstanding, because that is the underlying bill, and that is not really changed by this amendment. What the committee amendment does is brings limited penalty reform to psilocybin, magic mushrooms, right? So one specifically defined psychedelic that is in relatively common use today, and if you get caught with any amount today, any amount, it's a felony. Period, the end. The amendment decriminalizes a very limited amount of psilocybin, which has, most people agree, has medical benefits. Let us pass this amendment. Let us bring forward the limited decriminalization of 3/4 of an ounce of psilocybin. Let us pass that. Then let's have the debate on the underlying bill. So I am asking you, for the greater good, to finally have some meaningful reform on psychedelics. Please press the green button, support the committee's amendment, so we can have a debate on the underlying bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, similar to what I said on the table motion, I've been here 8 years. In 8 years, we have been constantly, every year, trying to lighten it, trying to make it easier, make it less punishment for people who use these things. We've passed their ability to have their drugs tested. There's needle exchange places. I mean, we've bent over backwards in this state and in this country for these people who are suffering with addiction. And what we're failing to realize is this is not about them. This bill targets people that are carrying enough to kill tens of thousands of people. These are not users carrying this. 20 and 50 milligrams of fentanyl, which is being manufactured in China and shipped through Mexico and brought up here, is killing our children. They're turning it into pills and selling it, saying, here, have some oxycodones. It's fentanyl. And if they don't die, they're addicted. So they're killing our children every day. We've tried it their way, all right? We've tried it for over a decade, and nothing has changed. It's just getting worse. So, minimum mandatories. In this bill is included a safety valve, because we're not necessarily in favor of taking away all judicial discretion. Built-in safety valve, so that if a judge looks and says, this person doesn't meet the criteria that the legislature wanted, this person somehow just got caught up in this, and they have no criminal history for this. They have no violent crimes on their record. The judge can look at that and say, you don't meet the minimum mandatory standard, and go back to his or her discretion. So we've built in judicial discretion, but for the people that are repeatedly bringing these poisons up here to kill our children, we have had enough. The public sent us here to do something about it, and for a decade we've done nothing but enable. Now, I heard, well, you know, we've tried this before and it's failed, the minimum mandatories in the 90s. Well, if you remember the 90s like I do, crack cocaine was everywhere. It was the plague of our country. What haven't you heard about? You don't hear crack anymore, do you? You know why? Because the people who did it are still in jail on minimum mandatories. So they do work. Thank you. Please support the bill.
Representative Roy has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 2372H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the speech that my friend from the other side made about the dangers of fentanyl is the same speech that was given in the 70s and 80s and 90s about the drug, the particular drug at the time that was killing our people. And if I know that there are people still using crack cocaine and still dealing with crack cocaine, and that the mandatory minimums increased the number of people incarcerated but did nothing to stem the tide in crack cocaine, and if I know that the criteria in place that this amendment puts in place to prevent somebody from getting a mandatory minimum are incredibly onerous, and out of every 100 people, one would meet these criteria, would I press the red button and vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment addresses dealers having enough poison to kill over 10,000 New Hampshire citizens, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will give judges the discretion while making it clear we won't tolerate this poison being distributed to our communities any longer, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that a gram of fentanyl on the street is approximately $150, making 20 grams $3,000 worth, if that's how much you have, this is not your personal use, you are a drug dealer. If we are more concerned with saving our families than the cost of incarceration, would I now vote green with the committee amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 2372H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Georges. Representative Suter. Representative Fox.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 217 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The amendment passes. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Scheer offers floor amendment 26361. It's in your seat pockets. And the chair recognizes Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is it removes the mandatory minimums. It increases the maximum penalty for possession of possession of this amount of fentanyl to 50 years, and it increases the amount of fentanyl that is a violation to 30 grams. And it also adds, in a bow towards an earlier argument made, it also adds a provision that makes possession of psilocybin a misdemeanor. This captures that which interests some on both sides of the aisle, and it gets us rid of the scourge of the artifice that mandatory minimums are actually going to do anything. I urge you to press the green button and adopt the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment does nothing but just undo what we voted to do. So please don't vote for this amendment. Vote red. Thank you.
Roll call.
Representative Scheer has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. PI. The motion before us is floor amendment 2636H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry. Representative Scheer is waving off. Both sides have waved off. So the motion before us is 2636H. This is a roll call. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to say the vote. 169 voting aye, 211 voting nay. The motion fails. Bills open on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Pelosoff offers floor amendment 2641, and it's in your seat pockets, and Chair recognizes Representative Pelosoff.
He's not wanting to speak. Representative Verville will speak against.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Politics makes for interesting bedfellows. I am rising today to speak against Amendment 2641. That, I'm sure, surprises many people in the room. In the 9 years I've been kicking around this place, one of the things that keeps kicking me in the head is political reality, and for many years I resisted its temptations, but I only got abused for it. This is a good amendment. This would be good law. I'm not going to lie to you. I love the idea. I'm totally in favor of it. The problem is, it's my firm belief that if we pass this amendment, the body on the other side of the wall is not going to be interested. And I don't believe that they'll accede to this. So, it's that crazy time of year, right? So it's either non-concur, concur, non-concur, committee or conference. So you cross your fingers, hope it's committee or conference. They're going to work to scrub it out. That's my belief. It's for that reason I don't support the amendment. So I'm asking you to vote red so we can have a debate on the underlying bill as amended by the committee. And so I'm asking you to vote red on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pelosoff requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Pelosoff for Amendment 2641. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Pelosoff for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment will make use of solar energy to produce more affordable medicines, and if I know that the language of House Bill 301 has been unanimously approved by both the House Health, Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee and this body, would I press the green button to support approved medicine and fight the black market? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that fentanyl possession at 20+ grams is almost certainly never going to be prosecuted at the state level, and it will be kicked up to be a federal crime, and the feds will step in and take the case. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the underlying bill has, for the first time in New Hampshire, penalty reform for psilocybin, one specific psychedelic that has medical benefits and that there is no reason that New Hampshire should punish possession of any amount, including very small amounts of psilocybin, with a felony crime. And if I believe that attaching this to that bill is going to doom it on the other side of the body, and I want what I want, would I now press, unfortunately, the red button to defeat this amendment so we can go to the underlying bill and do some real good for the people of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is the floor amendment 2641. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 181 voting aye, 202 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're now on to ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, fellow representatives. I want to be clear, SB 14, like several other bills, is not about crime, or an opioid, or DUI, or any of those types of things. We all know that this problem exists in New Hampshire. And it's also not about whether we think possessing any of the opioids or substances are bringing into our state should be illegal already, is illegal, and those who possess or sell illegal substances face severe penalties today under existing law. The question before us today is whether we think that adopting mandatory minimums and maximum, an outdated, one-size-fits-all solution, is going to be an effective use of taxpayer dollars to address the many substance issues in our state. The bottom line is that our country has already tried that approach, and it's been said over and over again, so most of us in here have came through that, so we all know that it was failed. So, that approach failed our country. It was overly simplistic and extremely costly to the taxpayer and to our communities. And it has done nothing to reduce drug use, sales, or overdose deaths. Multiple studies over the past 4 decades have demonstrated that mandatory minimums and maximums have not worked. They do not reduce drug use. They do nothing to impact drug sales or crime, and they may increase crime's rate, as they saw in Florida with the 50% rise in crime after instituting mandatory minimums. Beyond the practical implications, there are basic constitutional principles at stake here. Mandatory minimum sentences defeat the purpose of sentencing by taking discretion away from judges and giving it to prosecutors, who use the threat of these lengthy punishments to frustrate defendants asserting their constitutional rights. This shift in power from judges to prosecutors create real separation of power issues. Think back, David Keene, a prominent gun rights advocate, advisor to the George H.W. Bush administration, has stated, "My opposition to mandatory minimums and maximums is rooted in conservative principles, namely reverence for the Constitution of contempt for government action that ignores the difference amongst individuals. Also, James Madison, for one, believed that a clear separation of powers are more vital to protecting freedom than the Bill of Rights, yet mandatory minimums and maximums undermine the important protector of liberty. As a result of this problematic shift in power, so well described by David King, the mandatory minimum sentencing robs judges of their ability to fully consider all relevant facts and circumstances for sentencing, such as the nature and context of a particular crime or individual's criminal record. This is why New Hampshire currently has few mandatory minimums and maximums, and why the New Hampshire legislature has consistently worked to remove mandatory minimums and maximums from our statutes over the last decade. This is also why advocates from across the political spectrum have opposed SB 14 and 15 for similar and other similar bills. Finally, adding insult to injury, the amendment offers a few carve-outs that judges can already account for under existing RSAs, and throws in mushroom sweeteners to get a few votes, something that's likely to vanish in committee of conference. Given what we know today about the impact of mandatory minimum and maximum in sentencing, the question of what to do with SB 14 should not be a difficult one. I'm asking this body to reject the return to an outdated policy that has proven expensive and ineffective at combating drug use, sales, and deaths, and that undermines basic principles of justice. Judges should be judges, legislators should be legislators. Let's stop trying to sentence from the State House floor. I urge you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we are at a good place here, right? We are very, very close. 20 grams plus of fentanyl possession is almost certainly going to be prosecuted as a federal crime. The odds of the state actually using this bill when it becomes law is infinitesimally small, in my opinion. This is you can campaign on law and order on this. This is, in my opinion, that's what it is. You can agree, disagree. But what this bill now has in it is it has real psychedelic reform for the citizens of New Hampshire, compounds that help people beat alcoholism, opioid addiction, other drug addiction, depression, post-traumatic stress syndrome. It's not a medical bill. I know it's not a medical bill, but it gets us a little bit closer. It finally ends a felony charge for simple possession of a small amount of psilocybin. That isn't, in my estimation, that is an excellent trade. That is for the greater benefit of the citizens of New Hampshire. The benefit of the psilocybin, in my opinion, far outweighs any mandatory minimums, and nobody's talked about the length of those minimums because those minimums are fairly short minimums for felony crimes, right? They're fairly short minimums. And so for that reason, I am begging you for the greater good to press the green button so we can pass this bill as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to admit, when Representative Verville approached me about this and asked what I thought about adding the psilocybin to it, I looked behind me because I thought he was surely talking to someone else. But I did like I do on everything else, and I did some research, and I found out, you know, veterans like myself and many others who have PTSD, this is helping them. This is helping them get to sleep at night. This is helping them be able to function in society. This is helping them get their lives back that were taken in service of this country. So I said, yeah, you know what, let's do it. Now, with regard to my colleague who said, let's not sentence from the legislature, that's what we do. We set the sentences. That's actually what we do. Judge discretion, the judge gets to decide, is the trial fair? Is this person guilty or not guilty? Is the evidence admissible? Is it not admissible? There's judicial discretion from the moment of the arrest until sentencing, and then he looks to what the legislature told him to do. Now, in this case, when this bill came over from the other body, it was pretty harsh. I think it was like a minimum 10 years and no judicial discretion at all. I researched it, I rewrote it, and I added a safety valve so that people who are truly not dealers, in other words, if someone got tricked into carrying 20 grams of fentanyl over the border who has no criminal record, the judge is going to look at that and say, if you read the bill, this person doesn't meet this qualification, they're not going to jail. And incidentally, my friend made a good point. The minimum mandatory, I made it 3.5 years. It's 3.5 years. Come on, I mean, for 20 grams of fentanyl, enough to kill 10,000 people. For the 50 grams, enough to take out a pretty decent large city, it's only 7 years. So please, let's common sense. The people asked us for law and order. Let's give them law and order. Let's help the veterans. Please vote to support the bill. Thank you.
Representative Roy has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is order passed as amended on Senate Bill 14. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Newell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that mandatory minimums have not only been shown to be ineffective, but also to impose extreme harm, irreparable harm, and if I also know that the parts of this bill that we all agree on, I myself voted for psilocybin decriminalization and would love to do that again, but it died in the Senate. So if I know that it's going to die in committee of conference, so that what we're actually voting on here is mandatory minimums, because that's what the body on the other side of the wall wants. Would I now push the red button to defeat this motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry. They wave off. The motion before us is order passed as amended on Senate Bill 14. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say to the vote. 214 voting yea, 167 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. We're going to be taking our lunch now. We'll be coming back at 1 o'clock. We got two announcements. Representative Vos. Members should remain in your seats. These are announcements that you might care about.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Energy is updating its 10-year energy strategy, and on Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the Legislative Office Building in rooms 302, 304, the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee will be getting a briefing from the department on this update. All members are invited to attend. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rawlins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Hampshire Retail Lumber Association invites all legislators and staff to lunch outside in the plaza today. Please join your local building material suppliers at your noontime lunch break for food truck and fair. And fortunately, to learn about the independent building material industry in New Hampshire. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Everybody should be back by 1 o'clock.
The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 54FN, an act relative to refusal of consent to testing to determine alcohol concentration and penalties for aggravated driving while intoxicated. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alessandra Murray for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 1756H, printed in House Record 27 on pages 31 to 32. The chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment from the committee, the actual amendment that my committee sent, is somehow managed to be the incorrect version of it. So
Member will suspend for a minute. They can't hear you.
They can't?
From the diaphragm, project.
I will now project from my diaphragm. From the cockles of my heart, I would like to tell you that the amendment that you have, that you see, that is not the correct version. Somehow it was messed up. I went down to OLS yesterday and I had to do some tweaking on it, and I realized it wasn't even the right amendment, so I did a replace all amendment, which we will talk about in a few minutes. If you would just do me the kindness of voting red on this amendment, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
Well, I was signed up to speak against the committee amendment, which was the only amendment that I was able to see until I guess it was posted around 12:30 yesterday, and that's the only one that the public has reacted to negatively. So I'm just going to just say that I'm opposed to the committee amendment. Yeah. Okay, I'm on the wrong amendment. Never mind. But anyway, thanks.
Okie dokie. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1756H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The chair is in. No, I'm not. The nays have it, and the amendment fails. The bill's on second reading and open a further amendment. And Representative Roy moves Amendment 2691H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question of the chair.
State your inquiry.
Is the question divisible?
Yes.
I move to divide the question.
Alrighty, how?
Section. I need to.
Don't look.
I move to divide sections 1 through 5, 8I, or 8.1, from sections 6 through 7, 8.2.
The motion's in order. Representative Roy moves to divide sections 1 through 5 and 8, Roman numeral 1, and sections 6 through 7, 8, Roman numeral 2. For what reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table. I'd ask for a division vote.
That's a higher priority motion. The motion is to table Senate Bill 54. Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 54 on the table. And this is a division vote. What? Doing it. Representative Roy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that some people in this room support one part of the bill, and some people in this room support another part of the bill, and more people support both parts of the bill, why in the world would I table it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, if I want to have a debate and a discussion, we've come this far, we've managed that complicated process we went through, would I not say let's just finish it up with 2 more minutes of debate so that our constituents can hear our position on this, and the people outside of this organization are watching and recording this, and I do request a roll call, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative McFarland's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that it's already after lunch and we've only gotten through a handful of bills this morning, and if I know that this bill and this amendment are contentious and are likely not to pass, would I press the green button to table? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 54 on the table, and it is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 256 in the affirmative, 106 in the negative. Senate Bill 56 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 263FN, an act criminalizing and creating a private right of action for the facilitation, encouragement, offer, solicitation, or recommendation of certain acts or actions through a responsive, generative communication to a child. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to lay Senate Bill 263 on the table.
The motion is to lay Senate Bill 263 on the table. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Sue DeLemus requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is whether to lay Senate Bill 263 on the table. Representative Corman is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, intended to protect children from harmful artificial intelligence, has very weak provisions for civil actions for offenders, and if I know that this bill has gaping loopholes concerning the very media that draws in children, and if I know that the U.S. House version of the big, beautiful budget bill imposes a 10-year retroactive ban on AI legislation in all states, then would I press the green button to table this bill so that we may find out whether federal law overrides it, and if not, to bring back a better version. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that less than a month ago, this House voted, this bill came out of the Judiciary Committee with a 17-to-1 recommendation of ought to pass as amended, was placed on the consent calendar and was approved by this House by voice vote and referred to by the Speaker to the Criminal Justice Committee. And if I know that the Criminal Justice Committee made no changes to this bill, would I then press the red button so that we can get on with passing this very important piece of legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 263 on the table. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 in the affirmative, 193 in the negative. The motion fails. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Lynn moves Amendment 2567H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, in order to explain to you why I believe it is appropriate to pass the amendment that is now before you, I need to say just a little bit about the underlying bill. The bill is designed to provide civil and criminal remedies for exploitation of children through use of interactive artificial intelligence. It's really important to note two things. First, this bill is very narrowly drawn, so that the only AI owners or operators that will be subject to liability.
The member will suspend. Let's make sure we stick only to the amendment, please.
All right. The important points of this bill are, first, that it's very narrowly drawn, as I just said, and secondly, that the leadership of the other body strongly supports this legislation. So now let's talk about the amendment. The amendment proposes to add the text of HB 60. As you know, that's kind of my favorite bill dealing with basic contract law that says if you make a lease contract, the lease means what it says. And at the end of the lease is over for both the landlord and the tenant. Under current law, that's not the case. The tenant gets to stay essentially forever if the tenant wants to. This legislation, HB 60, has passed this House over the last 3 years at least 3 times, and it may have actually even been 4 times. The last 2 times it died in the other body. There is at least a little hope this time that instead of killing the bill, the other body has, at last blush, at last I knew, has proposed to amend it, but amend it in a way that significantly weakens it and makes it much more complicated than the simple thing of a contract means what it says. And so, given those facts, particularly the fact that the other body really wants the underlying bill, and because we have made some changes to the underlying bill, which the other body is likely not to agree with, even though they are appropriate changes, by adding this amendment to the bill, the House will add leverage to its bargaining position to get a final product that is consistent with our position on both protection of children from exploitation and on protection of contract rights for landlords and tenants. Therefore, please press the green button to support this amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a division vote, please.
Representative Lynn has requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 2567H, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 208 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to yet further amendment, because that's the theme of the day. Representative Corman moves Amendment 2639H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And now for an amendment that actually is germane to the bill. So what does the bill do? It provides for civil and criminal actions for AI programs that endanger the welfare of a child. Examples include, not exclusive, but include children engaging in sexually explicit conduct, illegal use of drugs or alcohol, and acts of self-harm or suicide. I think we all agree that we don't want AI influencing children to do this. We don't want anyone to do it, but we certainly don't want AI to influence children doing this. So what type of AI would a child most likely interact with? If you're a child, where are you going to be interacting with AI? Well, I would say the number one place would be a video game, and maybe also TV, streaming, or movies. That's where children are most likely to interact with AI. Now, if you look at the bill specifically exempts exactly those media for both the civil and criminal sections. So there's this gaping loophole that I referred to before. You could drive a Mack truck and a half through that. So we don't want to have this sort of exemption. So the amendment simply removes these exemptions in both parts of the bill. That's all it does, just removes those exemptions. It protects children from the most likely source of harmful AI that they would encounter. Now, I wondered why that was in there in the first place, and what I'm told, I don't sit on the Criminal Justice Committee, but I'm told that the rationale was that there's a chatbot, it plays a character, makes responses in character that are part of the storyline, whatever that is. I wonder, why should that even matter? Bad AI is bad AI no matter where it comes from or what the scenario is. So I ask you to please vote for this amendment, remove this gaping loophole from this bill, and then I will be happy with the underlying bill. Thank you.
Representative Alexander is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today against Floor Amendment 2639. SB 263 aims to deal with certain character AI cases where the generative AI chatbot tells a minor to do something harmful, like commit suicide. And as originally drafted, the broad language could cover interactive generative character AI that some video game software companies are innovating as part of a storytelling and narrative design. So it's part of the intricate part of the video game. It's not technically, it's not the character. It might be a character like an assistant or some sort of other character in the game. It's not the initial or the main story. These types of chatbots serve a particular purpose as a non-player character, which is different from a general purpose chatbot offered to the public that can talk to you about anything you ask. So it's centered around a story, it's centered around a video game. An amendment to exempt these sort of functions was needed because otherwise you'd be criminalizing and punishing speech in expressive works. A video game is an expressive work. They're obviously tailored in a way that mature video games, you cannot sell them to minors without parental permission, so there's already protections in place for that. But there are a lot of minors that do engage in these video games, and a lot of these AI chatbots are integral players in the game, and they're open-ended. So I encourage you to vote against this amendment and vote for the underlying bill as is. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2639H. A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2639H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 171 in the affirmative, 198 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Muse is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for many of us, the addition of language that will lead to no-cause evictions during a housing crisis is reason enough to vote against this bill. But let me take a moment to explain the issues the minority has with the underlying bill, which has good intentions but serious problems. What the bill attempts to do is to rein in and to criminalize regenerative AI chatbots used in certain online services and computer applications that engage children in realistic conversations that encourage kids to engage in sexually explicit conduct or to harm themselves or to commit acts of violence or to use drugs. I think we can all agree that that's conduct that as legislators we want to speak out against and that we would like to legislate against. One of the key issues is that this technology is advanced to a point where conversations with these AI chatbots are so realistic and so convincing that children, along with many adults, can no longer really tell that they're engaging with a simulation and not a living, breathing human being. So when these conversations cross the line and become sexually explicit or veer into territory that's clearly inappropriate, it really is up to us as legislators to try to do something about this issue. Our problem is not with the intention of this bill. Our issue is with the specific policy provisions that are part of the bill that we believe will prevent this legislation from being effective and will prevent it from being able to achieve its stated purpose. That purpose, based on the testimony we heard from the sponsors, is to ensure that companies that offer dangerously inappropriate online experiences to children are held accountable for the damage that they cause to kids and families. Under this bill, when a parent discovers to their horror that a child has been damaged by an encounter from one of these chatbots, they are directed to contact the Attorney General. The bill then directs the Attorney General to contact the offending company and provides a 90-day window to cure the violations and to take steps to ensure that similar violations don't occur in the future. While what constitutes a cure isn't specifically defined in the bill, we can assume that these actions could range from taking down the offending chatbot to completely rewriting its code to ensure that whatever type of inappropriate conversation took place can't happen again. If the company doesn't comply, the bill allows the Attorney General to file a suit for damages set to a minimum of $1,000 per violation, but it appears the bill allows even higher damages. It also provides that the damages will go to the people who are actually harmed. So far, so good. But what happens if the offending company actually does comply with the initial request to cure the problem within 30 days? From the standpoint of additional legal action, the answer is nothing good for the children who are actually harmed or their parents. That's because the bill specifically states that if the owner or operator cures the violations and takes adequate steps to prevent future violations to the satisfaction of the Attorney General, and I quote, "The Attorney General shall not initiate an action against the owner or operator for such violations." Although this may not have been the intention, what this appears to do is to release the company or the operator from having to face any level of accountability for the harm already done to the kids whose families complained to the Attorney General in the first place. The bill also doesn't provide an avenue for parents to seek damages on their own. The bill clearly states, and I quote again from the bill, "The Attorney General shall have the sole right of action for a violation of this section." But you may ask, what about the private right of action for parents that's actually mentioned in the title of the bill? Well, if you actually read the bill, what you'll find is that it was removed by a previous amendment. The fact that it remains in the title doesn't make it part of the law if it's not actually in the bill. The bill also has other problems, including a lack of definitions we typically find in other AI-related bills, along with the curious exemption that was brought up by Representative Corman for chatbots that are actually characters in video games, which, as it turns out, are actually the spots where children are most likely to encounter chatbots like this. Another big problem for this bill is the United States Congress. The federal budget that's now in the U.S. Senate includes a provision that would declare a 10-year moratorium on states from enacting any AI-related legislation at all. So there is a distinct possibility that whatever we pass today not only won't achieve the desired result, it could also be rendered moot in the next month after a new federal budget is passed. Mr. Speaker, we are not here simply to pass legislation that sounds good in press releases. We're here to pass laws that actually have some hope of achieving the outcomes that we say we're here to achieve. While this bill definitely gets us part of the way there, it clearly won't do that for the victims and parents that this bill leaves behind. I urge you to press the red button so another motion can be made, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Drew is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is well-meaning, and I absolutely sympathize with its legislative intent. This is a serious problem that deserves scrutiny. However, the bill's design arises from a misunderstanding of how AI models are designed and constructed. AI models are created by writing a set of rules and then using those rules to generate an understanding of the training data. The developers can change the rules, but they don't have direct control over the end result or its actions. This autonomy is the source of AI's promise and power, and its peril. While I appreciate and support the committee's narrowing of the scope, the fact remains that this bill applies to every current AI. Any AI model can be abused and misused. The developers and the operators are fully aware of that, and they are also aware that they cannot stop minors from accessing their creations. This is especially true for open source AI and small teams, which is where much of the innovation in this field occurs. Next, the proposed remedy is technically unworkable. AI developers have repeatedly attempted to prevent their models from talking about certain subjects, and they have universally failed. In fact, it's become a game called jailbreaking to coax AI models into talking about forbidden topics. The smarter and better the AI models get, the easier it is to jailbreak them. There is no button the developers can press, no rules they can write to fully and directly control what an AI model talks about. That's simply not how they work. That means that if this bill becomes law, it will create a chilling effect on AI development and use in New Hampshire and beyond, especially for small companies and open source developers that cannot afford an army of lawyers to protect them. And with this design, it simply does not protect those who by intent or misfortune are vulnerable to AI model abuse. I urge you to vote red on this motion. Thank you.
Representative Severin de Chouanier is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill has been amended already and enables the New Hampshire Attorney General's office to take action rather than the private right. And what this bill does is it closes a loophole in child protection laws and enables the state AG to act against providers of AI programs that facilitate or encourage harmful behaviors such as sexual exploitation, substance abuse, or violence against self and others, while also allowing providers 90 days to address the issues before any action is taken first. This bill establishes some reasonable boundaries with a new technology. And again, it's already passed the House on consent calendar about a month ago. It came to our committee, no changes were made. You can legitimately argue that nothing has changed with this bill since the May 8th vote. Please support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 263. Are you ready for the question? A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Representative Gorski requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, keep taking your seats. The question is on the motion of OTPA pass as amended on Senate Bill 263, and Representative Muse is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I should never say the word regenerative ever again as long as I live, and if I also know that the purpose of passing this legislation is not only to protect children from harmful and damaging AI experiences, but also to hold the companies that provide them accountable. And if I know that as written, this bill gives offending companies a safety valve that can leave some of the victims of these companies and their parents out in the cold with no compensation for the stress, the suffering, and the emotional damage that they've suffered. And if I know that something that appears in the title of a bill really isn't part of the bill unless it's actually included in the bill itself, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made?
Representative Rhodes is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Look like I can't compete against that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will provide protection against the exploitation and abuse of children through interactive AI, and if I know that this bill is narrowly worded so the only person or businesses that can be held liable are those that have actual knowledge that a communication is intended to be sent to a child to do harm or for harm or to do harm to others, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that only the AG's office is entitled to bring a civil action against violators and must give them appropriate time to cure the violation, would I now press green to support the Judiciary and Criminal Justice Committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion of OTPA pass as amended on Senate Bill 263. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Barton. Representative Gilmore.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 202 in the affirmative, 168 in the negative. The motion is adopted. I did a rough count on the number of bills and did some quick math. If we average 10 minutes a bill, we got about 3 hours. If we managed to average 20 minutes a bill, you got 6 hours. So in considering the length of your speeches, think about that ugly math. Chair recognizes the clerk for Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 10, establishing a parental Bill of Rights.
Representative DeSimone moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 10 was just passed in the Senate. It is the same bill that we passed this morning. I ask for your support. I ask you to vote green on concur. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative DeSimone has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficient? Yep, that's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 10. This is a roll call vote. Representative Petrigno is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 10 and Senate Bill 72 are both unconstitutional, and if I also know that both will put children in harm's way, and I believe that seriously none of us wants to do that, not even for one child, would I now vote not to concur? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative DeSimone is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know it's time to give parents the right to parent their children, the Senate, the people on the other side of the wall know that it's time to give parents the right to parent their children, then I would vote green and pass the Parental Bill of Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is to concur with the Senate on the passage of House Bill 10. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Excuse me. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 210 in the affirmative, 160 in the negative. The motion's adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
To move reconsideration on that concurrence, please. And please vote no.
Representative Osborne moves that the House reconsider on House Bill 10. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The nays have it. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, which was referred Senate Bill 99FN, an act relative to regional career and technical education agreements. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 1920H, printed in House Record 27 on page 43, and a division vote has been requested. Members, who requested the roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1920H. And Representative Luno is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment tries to solve a problem already being solved at the local level, and if I know that CTE programs suffer from the lack of state funding, then would I oppose this policy that is already opposed by CTE directors across the state and press the red button? Thank you.
Representative Ladd is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the CTE program is absolutely needed for all our students in the state, and if I know this amendment changes several words and requires the sending school district to pay for the cost of a student taking non-CTE courses at the comprehensive high school, would I then vote yes? Green. Thank you.
The questions on the adoption of Amendment 1920H, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 208 in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Ladd offers Amendment 2654H, which is in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This floor amendment addresses the issue of how we fund the students which are leaving the sending school and going to the receiving comprehensive high school at the CTE Center to take non-CTE courses. And what this amendment does, it eliminates Section 3 in the bill as was introduced to us, where it said the state pays those costs. That is incorrect. The costs are paid by the sending school district. Thank you.
The question's on the adoption of floor amendment 2654H. Are you ready for the question? Who requested the roll call? Representative Damon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2654H. This is a roll call vote. Representative Damon is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that students are already being informed they will be charged $4,600 to take a single English credit at a CTE center this fall, and if I know that this amendment makes SB 99 less clear and does not resolve any issues in the original bill, then would I now press the red button to vote no against this amendment?
Representative Ladd's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment simply removes Section 3 of the bill that requires the state to pay for the cost of students taking non-CTE courses at the comprehensive high school. If I further know this bill amends and clarifies that it is the responsibility of the sending school district, not the state, to fund the course repayment as determined by the Department of Education, will I then press the green button? Thank you.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 2654H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 203 in the affirmative, 169 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. And now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Britchie is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start my remarks by saying I believe this bill to be well-intentioned, but imposes a costly state-driven solution to a problem that is already being addressed at the local level. This bill, as amended, attempts to make non-CTE courses available to CTE students that they may be missing out on due to oftentimes very lengthy commuting times from their high school to the comprehensive high school where their career and technical center is located. As a former high school teacher and a current school board member, I have seen the positive effect that CTE programs have had on many students. The sponsors of this bill made it clear while they have seen increasing enrollment in CTE programs over the last few years, they believe that this bill will help to continue this trend. This bill, as amended, will not increase participation in CTE programs, but will have the opposite effect. The number of students participating in CTE will decrease. Tuition costs associated with this bill will further burden the sending districts with tuition costs they have not budgeted for in the next budget. That will mean either fewer students will be allowed to participate or it will result in a further raise in property taxes that property owners are already struggling with. This morning, Nicole Highmark, who is a member of the CTE Advisory Committee, as am I, and also Representative Ladd, and she is also the executive director of the New Hampshire Career and Technical Administrators, sent a text, and I'd like to read from that text, please. I quote, "I received an email from a thoughtful CTE director yesterday. He was frustrated as he received a message from his SAU business office that 3 students he has enrolled in his CTE center who need to take their senior English credit next year will be charged $4,600 each for a single course. This fee will go back to the sending district and not the student. This is the impact of SB 99, and it has not even taken effect yet. This creates more barriers instead of reducing them. I thought you may want a real example of how this is and will play out across New Hampshire," end quote. Many high schools and CTE centers already have agreements where CTE students from a sending school are allowed to take non-CTE classes at the comprehensive high school if they cannot fit that class into their schedule back at their home high school. There is no reason to impose this unfunded mandate onto school districts. Given the potential consequences for student access and opportunity offered by this bill as currently amended, I would encourage you to vote to oppose this bill as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Ladd's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now I get to talk about my favorite topic in education. CTE is where we need to be going. We do not have enough people in the trades in this state. When we look at the sponsors of this bill right here that came in from the Senate, we had 5 Democrat sponsors and 6 Republican sponsors in the Senate. It is truly a bipartisan bill. Now, why do we need this bill? We only have, out of our high school students in this state, approximately 10,000 students taking advantage of the CTE programs at these centers. We need to double that number. We have a small state south of us, Delaware, and Delaware has a comparable number of students as we do, and they have over 50% of their students taking a course or more in career technical education. We have approximately 27% of our students. This trend needs to stop in this state. We need to figure out how to get more of our students at the career technical education centers, of which we have 23 in this state, and we have 5 in the Vermont side, which we tuition to from those communities beside Vermont to those receiving CTE centers. And there's a lot of transportation time. In previous legislation, we've addressed the issue of transportation, and we're trying to lessen those costs and make sure that the schedules are aligned so we're not so much time on the buses. But there's another big issue, and that's the issue we have students remaining at the sending schools because they have a conflict with their schedule. There's a course they have to take in the sending school, their home resident school, that conflicts with that trade program they want to take at the receiving CTE center. The decision they oftentimes make is we stay at our sending school and get our graduation credits completed. And they miss out on that equal opportunity to get into the trades, which we so vitally need in this state. This bill will allow that to occur. The bill provides for access to the career technical education centers and requires CTE agreements, those regional agreements which we have for each of the CTE regions, where we put in scheduling requirements, and now we have this requirement right here where there have to be agreements made in conjunction with how are we going to get these students from the sending schools into non-CTE courses at the comprehensive high school. That's the high school at the CTE center. Wouldn't it be wonderful, instead of having to stay back for that Algebra 2 trig course at your resident school, to go over and take it at the CTE Center Comprehensive High School after you finish the block schedules for your CTE program? You get both types of programs. Now, who pays for that? That's been the issue. And the sending district pays that. No less than 80% of the average per pupil cost, and the sending district also has to pay for transportation. This is a good bill. This is a bill which we need to move forward and support the trades. We have to support those dirty jobs that Michael Rowe speaks of, and we need to support those jobs availability in our own state. I urge all to vote for this bill. Thank you very much.
Representative Bricci's requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded, barely. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 99. Representative Weinstein is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that CTEs are an important and underutilized aspect of New Hampshire high school education, but if I know that this bill adds financial and logistical burdens to school districts which may have the opposite effect on CTE participation, and if I know that the bill shifts new costs to the student's home district without state funding, potentially raising local property taxes, and I know that no one wants that, then would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Representative Ladd's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this will not raise property taxes, and if I know some sending school students are unable to attend a CTE program or course due to required course conflicts at the resident school, and if I know that the intent of this bill is to eliminate these scheduling conflicts by providing more sending school students the opportunity to enroll in non-CTE courses at the comprehensive high school, would I then press the green button, providing more students the opportunity to earn career and technical education industry recognized credentials here in our state of New Hampshire? Thank you.
Questions on the motion about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 99. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 206 in the affirmative, 167 in negative. The motion is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to allow our hot gentlemen friends to remove their jackets, except for when they're speaking at the well. Thank you.
Without objection.
The Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 57, an act establishing a study committee to analyze reducing the number of school administrative units. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the committee. The amendment is 1900H, printed in House Record 27, page 33. The chair recognizes Representative Cordelli is not speaking, so we're on to the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Cordelli offers floor amendment 2569H. It's in your seat pockets. Representative Cordelli waves off, but there will be a division vote on this. Members, take your seats. No. The motion before us is Cordelli Floor Amendment 2569H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Di Silvestro. Representative Murray.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. (354) voting yea, 0 voting nay, something that does not happen too often. The amendment is adopted. House will be in order. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Cordelli offers. The House will be in order. Representative Cordelli offers floor amendment 2629H. It's in your seat pockets, and the chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I note that the cost of special education is an issue in just about every school district and for each taxpayer, and if I know that this amendment establishes a commission to look at the reasons for the increased percentage of students being categorized as special needs, and also look at the cost of special education, would I now vote for answers by pressing the green button?
Representative Cordelli has asked for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Yeah. The motion before us is Amendment 2629H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Balboni for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that this amendment establishes a commission to study the costs of special education, yet only one of the 15 appointed members is a special education provider, while the remaining members are state legislators.
The member will suspend. This is a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know, I started. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can I start over?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. If I know that this amendment establishes a committee to study the costs of special education, yet only one of the 15 appointed members is a special education provider, while the remaining members are state legislators, appointed officials, or parent advocates, none of whom bring the direct professional experience needed to fully understand the complexities of delivering special education services. And if I understand that the Commission's mandate is overly broad, calls into question established state definitions, duplicates work already underway in the other audits, and poses a significant risk of violating the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act through the collection of sensitive, personally identifiable student information, then would I now press the red button to allow time for a more thoughtful and comprehensive review of both the Commission's membership and its mandate?
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry. Chair recognizes Representative Freeman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that special education costs have skyrocketed in the past several years with no discernible reason, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know that districts across the state have been forced to pass these increases on to their property taxpayers, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the increase in referrals since the COVID school closures warrants a thorough study, then I would ask all of you to press the green button to allow this commission and Study Committee the ability to address these issues that our constituents have brought forward and asked for our assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Cordelli Amendment 2629H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gregg.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to stay the vote. 211 voting yea, 155 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. We're now on order pass as amended. This is a division vote. There is no speakers, just PIs. So hope everybody is staying in their seats. Chair Rick.
We had some empties, so we division. They still have to put the question out to the folks outside because there were people out of their seats.
The motion before us is order passed as amended on Senate Bill 57. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Balboni for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that 32,000 New Hampshire students receive special education services, and that special education remains one of the most complex and heavily regulated areas in our public education system, and if I understand that this commission, as proposed, lacks adequate representation from qualified special education professionals, those with the day-to-day experience necessary to inform thoughtful and effective recommendations. And finally, if I know that this amendment is identical to HB 431, which the body on the other side of the wall has voted to re-refer, citing that more work needs to be done as several aspects listed to be studied are already being addressed by other legislative bodies, would I now press the red button to bring better legislation forward next year with a more focused proposal that isn't tied to the SAU study and actually includes the right people at the table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Freeman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this commission will elicit pertinent information from all of the educational experts to form a thorough report, and Mr. Speaker, if I additionally know that this is an issue that our constituents have brought to us, and we as duly elected representatives have a responsibility to investigate, and Mr. Speaker, again, if I know that this is the right way to go in order to address rising property taxes, secondary to rising special education costs, would I now ask all of you to press the green button? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 57. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 214 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education Policy Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 69 local, an act relative to acceptance of or rejection charitable contributions, gifts, or donations by local school boards. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Mr. Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peggy Balboni from the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 2239H, printed in House Record 27, page 33. Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee members is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Cordelli offers amendment 2605H. It's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the Cordelli amendment 2605H? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. So bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Cordelli offers amendment 2700H. It's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the Cordelli amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Bills on ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 96, an act relative to mandatory disclosure by school district employees to parents. Being considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Leanne Kluger for the minority of the committee. The majority committee amendment is 2199H, printed in House Record 27, page 43. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the committee amendment 2199H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Kluger for a parliamentary inquiry. Cornell, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment requires only credentialed and only credentialed educators to respond to parental request, and if I know that this amendment allows credentialed educators to withhold information, and how they would do that, I don't know, and honestly and completely, but put a written note into the child's folder, which is available to parents at their request anyway. And if I know that if a credentialed educator is considered in violation, they would be subject to an investigation. So would I now press the red button and not subject only credentialed educators to an investigation?
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we support parents, as we've already demonstrated, in the role in the upbringing of their children, and that teachers should honestly answer questions from parents, and if I know that this amendment requires that if a teacher believes an answer to a question might result in abuse at home, any withholding of information from that parent would require documentation in writing. And if I also know that violation of this statute would be subject to investigation as a violation of the Code of Conduct, would I now again vote to support parents because we know they are the most trusted adults by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is the committee amendment 2199H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Smith.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 198 voting yea, 162 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Cordelli offers floor amendment 2699H. It's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on this amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment 2699H is adopted. Representative Potenza offers floor. Rules on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Potenza offers floor amendment 2713. The chair recognizes Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I rise in support of floor amendment 2713. We all know that a law without consequences for those that break that law is really just a suggestion. And any society with laws that lack consequences is asking for anarchy. Mr. Speaker, since the COVID years, many children have been experiencing and suffering from mental illness and they are in need of our help. In fact, many of these children have been contemplating suicide, and sadly some have even succeeded. We can't, in the vast majority of cases, keep the children from receiving help from the greatest support system known to mankind, the family. We know that the family cannot help their children without having the information they need. Some would argue that we should cut moms and dads, grandparents and aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters, cousins out of the healing process. We need to remember that there's a hierarchy of responsibility and love in this equation, and school personnel aren't at the top of this family equation. Mr. Speaker, it's the family that will arrange for the psychiatric care. It's the family that worry themselves sick every day. It's the family that will support a child through thick and thin of the recovery process. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, let me ask you, if you worked in a school and one of your students exhibited symptoms of opioid abuse, and he or she was nodding off in class, rubbing and scratching their faces and arms, and wearing long-sleeve shirts in an 80-degree classroom, would you find a way to inform the parents, or just hope that student figures it out before he overdoses? I would hope you'd choose the first option. Mr. Speaker, in many ways, untreated mental illness isn't much different than drug addiction. Both can be debilitating or deadly. And Mr. Speaker, we know that the majority of school personnel care deeply about children. But we also know that there are bad actors everywhere in society, and we need consequences in place for the people who willfully break the law. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I ask that you press the green button so we can truly make progress in protecting our children and families from the horrors that keeping information can become. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative DeRoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in strong support of Floor Amendment 2713H to the Senate Bill 96, an act relative to mandatory disclosure by school district employees to parents. We have before us an historic opportunity to affirm a simple foundational truth. Parents and guardians have the right to know everything regarding the care and education of their children. Let me say that again. Parents have the right to know everything about their children when it comes to their care and education. This amendment provides clarity where it is most needed and accountability where it has been long absent. Floor Amendment 2713H restores language to this notification bill that this body and another body have previously affirmed, as the discussion about ensuring parents receive all requested information about their children was introduced years ago. This amendment restores language to ensure parents have the right to be truthfully and fully informed, and that there are consequences if school personnel willfully keeps parents in the dark. It also provides clear constitutional definition of compelling state interest, which was drafted and introduced by Representative Bob Lynn's floor amendment to HB 10 in 2003. This definition delineates the boundaries of the state's compelling interest, clarifying that what it is and is not, and ensures the bill's language aligns with judicial decisions. This amendment also restores reasonable and yet actionable enforcement mechanisms. This bill isn't just about keeping parents in the driver's seat on the care and education of their children, but also the effective remedies and fair enforcement. The amendment ensures parents can go directly to court for injunctive relief, declaratory judgment, and damages. And if they prevail, they are entitled to recover attorney fees and court costs. It further introduces graduated enforcement that respects due process. Credentialed professionals, such as educators and clinicians, are subject to their regulatory agency's review. If a violation is not willful, the agency has discretion on penalties. But if a violation is willful, then mandatory penalties apply, including a minimum 1-year license suspension for the first offense and a permanent revocation for willful repeat violations. There's also a reasonable statute of limitations, 5 years from the date of the offense, for these disciplinary actions, ensuring fairness and timely enforcement. And what about contractors, those third parties in our school? This amendment ensures accountability without criminalizing. Willful violations are treated as civil violations, not crimes. Penalties include fines starting at $2,500, 1-year ban from school access, and repeat offenders a $5,000 fine and permanent exclusion from working with schools. Colleagues, this amendment takes a vital parental notification laid out in the underlying bill and gives it some teeth. It ensures transparency, access to the courts, fair, firm enforcement, and respect for due process. It is precise, it is reasonable, and it is necessary. Without this amendment, without actionable enforcement and guaranteed remedy, we will continue to deprive parents, caregivers, guardians, and families a true and fair redress of their grievances. I urge you to support this amendment by putting families first, not just in name, but in practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, this amendment is substantially different from the Parental Bill of Rights we were talking about this morning. Both require teachers and school staff to answer parents' questions, which, by the way, is already in state law. And I know this because I'm on the policy committee at the National Board of Education, and we have a policy that says you must answer parents' questions unless you think a child will be abused or neglected. This particular amendment does not have that out about abuse or neglect. It does say, you can take some time, you can have some days, but it doesn't say that you can just wait and let the police and DCYF do that disclosure. At the end of the day, the teacher is still responsible. But what's really problematic about this particular amendment is that it isn't focused on teachers. It includes all school staff. That includes school social workers, school guidance counselors, and school psychologists. The Supreme Court has already affirmed that children have a right to confidentiality in whatever they tell a psychologist or social worker or therapist, period. Those people are not allowed to disclose that information to the parents under any circumstances. There have been multiple court cases about this, and at the end of the day, the child's constitutional right to privacy when it comes to their mental health disclosures overrides the parents' rights to know. Now, I'm going to talk to you about sex abuse again, because that's my wheelhouse. It's what I did for years. If a child goes to school and discloses sexual abuse happening at home, the next step is the school calls DCYF calls the police. What the police and forensic interviewers like myself do is we say to the school, do not talk about this with the family until we've done our investigation. A DCYF investigation takes about 2 months, give or take. The police investigation can take as long as they want it to take. So what happens if the school follows the requirements outlined in this amendment? This amendment says if the parent calls you and asks you for information, you must tell them whatever they want to know. The kid says, hey, my stepfather has been coming into my bed at night. School calls DCYF and the police say, don't talk about it. Stepdad, who has legal rights to the child because he's stepdad, calls the school and says, hey, what did my stepdaughter say this morning? What is the teacher supposed to do? They can not tell stepdad and have their job at risk, their licensure at risk, or they can tell stepdad and be subject to criminal penalties from the police. This is not okay. We shouldn't be putting people in this position. At the end of the day, Good parents have relationships with their kids. And the Supreme Court of New Hampshire just said in October that there are at least 8 other places parents can go other than the algebra teacher to get the answers to their questions. You want to know who your kid is dating, you want to know if they're gay, you want to know if they're trans, you go get counseling. You sit around the kitchen table. You call their favorite aunt in to talk with them. There are dozens of other ways that good parents can make these connections with their children without trying to co-opt school staff and guidance counselors to surveil their students and then tattletale on them. We should not be putting teachers and guidance counselors and school staff in the middle of family issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Love has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Potenza Floor Amendment 2713. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Potenza for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment clearly defines a compelling state interest, which is desperately needed and is absolutely essential to be codified in statute to ensure that our laws are clear on aspects like a state actor must use means for satisfying the interest that is the least infringing on the rights of families. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment provides a pathway for families and the state to hold willful, the key word here is willful, bad actors in the public sector accountable. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know the phrase, a law without penalties is not worth the paper it is written on, expresses a key principle in legal theory, laws must be enforceable to be effective. If there's no consequences for breaking a law, then it lacks the power to influence behavior or maintain order. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know penalties discourage people from violating laws, that's deterrence, and that laws need enforcement to command respect, that's authority. And lastly, without consequences, those who follow the law are at a disadvantage compared to those who don't. That's fairness. Please press the green button to pass this amendment, and we've already got a roll call. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I spoke at length earlier this morning about the legal term clear and convincing evidence in regard to compelling state interest, and shared with the body that this term has a specific use and it's not appropriate to use in regards to schools, but that this amendment also applies it to all state agents, and there's no definition for who that is. And if I know that the amendment includes that exact problematic phrase, along with stiff penalties for teachers and school counselors, placing them in situations where they have to choose between losing their teaching credentials or being arrested for crimes, and if I know that this ignores the constitutional rights of children, then would I push the red button to defeat the OTP motion on this amendment and be clear that New Hampshire protects children, not sexual abusers?
The motion before us is Potenza Floor Amendment 2713. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 186 voting yea, 179 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion now before us is ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trust. The debate surrounding SB 96 was resonant with the word trust. Trust by the student, the parent, and the teacher. It also included the mention of the New Hampshire One Trusted Adult program. Not surprising to any of us here, students do often need someone to talk to, whether they're in conflict or perhaps merely to speak to someone. Teachers are well educated in and aware of the countless challenges that confront our youth. School districts place their trust in educators to inspire students to be the best version of themselves. In order to accomplish this, a foundational parent, student, and teacher communication is indeed important. Certainly, it is critical that there is respectful and honest communication. Trust. There are those moments in an adolescent's life when they might not be in harmony with their parents. Moreover, for some, it can be a dark time, a time of uncertainty. For many, they are discovering who they are and how to fit comfortably into our society. Trust. A student who speaks to a teacher confidentially trusts them. Educators understand and are committed to keeping confidences that do not harm students, although there are times in which a teacher must share that confidence based upon child safety. The concern that we face with this bill is how to protect the rights of students and allow them the trust they deserve. I suggest that we place educators in a professional dilemma with this type of overreach by mandating teachers to share these conversations with parents. It places both the educator and student in a potentially harmful situation. It's impossible for a teacher to predict how a parent might hypothetically react. Additionally, students may not be ready to share issues involving gender identity, friendships, or social groups with their parents. Trust. Students have rights. They trust us to give them the ability to be the best version of themselves in their own time. Please vote against SB 96. Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amended bill is part of a series of bills to establish that New Hampshire respects the rights of parents who have a fundamental right and responsibility to direct the upbringing and education and care of their minor children. It's as simple as that. If a parent writes an educator with a question about their child, they deserve an honest and complete answer. Just a few days ago was the 100th anniversary of the U.S. Supreme Court case Pierce versus Society of Sisters. The tagline from that decision was, "The child is not a mere creature of the state." We have read all sorts of materials about parental involvement, but too often those are hollow words. They will no longer be hollow with the legislation that we are passing here today. Opponents have discussed trust. That's right, trust. But their objection to this legislation would break the trust between students, parents, and teachers. We expect teachers to be truthful to parents. We also just passed an amendment that would strengthen enforcement requirements for parents' rights. I have a little bit different line than the speaker on that amendment. I've always heard that without enforcement, a law is just a suggestion. Let me repeat the tagline. The child is not a mere creature of the state. Please defend parents' rights with the green button.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 96. This is going to be... Representative Granger requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, it is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 96. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order. Member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that SB 96, as amended, provides no reasonable options for teachers to withhold information from personal discussion with students, as cited, RSA 169(3)(c) is merely the reporting for DCYF and no reasonable prudent clause. And if I know that parents' rights goes hand in hand with parents' responsibilities, and that it shouldn't be the responsibility of a teacher to do the parent's job, which is talking with their own children and not depending for this bill to go behind their back. And if I know that we consistently hear the mantra from the majority party in the Education Committee, it's all about the kids. But this bill has nothing to do about the kids. It hurts kids. It will force kids to turn to classmates instead of adults for assistance. And if I know as a reasonable and prudent grandparent that I'd much prefer my grandchild to receive information on health, safety, and sexual activity from a trusted adult rather than their 15-year-old classmate. And finally, if I know, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, in my opinion, is just another attempt to put lipstick on a pig, and I should say more disguised as the Parental Bill of Rights, is nothing more than an anti-LGBTQ bill. And I would now ask that you push the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there needs to be a partnership between parents and teachers, if I know that partnership is critical to a child's education and well-being, but keeping secrets from their parents puts their safety at risk, and if I know that parents do not check their rights at the school door, then would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us ought to pass as amended in Senate Bill 96. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 198 voting yea, 172 voting nay. Committee report is adopted as amended. For what reason does a member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to ask that the speech on 2713 be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to Special Order SB 295 to the next order of business, please.
The motion is in order. Okay, the question is the Special Order 295 to the next order of business. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 292 is special order. 295 is next order of business. Majority of Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 295 FN, Act relative to education freedom accounts. To consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Keith Earth for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Kate Murray for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 2271H, printed in House Record 27, pages 64 through 65. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now we're on to, is it? The bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Luno offers floor amendment 2702H. It's in your seat pockets, and the chair recognizes Representative Luno. Oh. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is currently in process an LBA audit of the Education Freedom Account program. Amendment 2505 simply makes the effective date for expanding the program follow completion of this audit, which is expected towards the end of this calendar year. As we are elected to be thoughtful stewards of taxpayer dollars, it is our obligation to be sure that the audit confirms sufficient management controls to ensure compliance of the program with all state laws and department rules. The only audit data available to date, after nearly 4 years running the program, looked at just 50 random applications from 2 years ago. It found that 24% of those applications did not have sufficient evidence to be approved. Without the report of the full comprehensive LBA audit, we cannot reasonably use hard-earned taxpayer resources to expand the EFA program. The EFA program, as most of you know, is run by the Children's Scholarship Foundation, an out-of-state corporation that manages the taxpayer funds used to provide these vouchers. There have been many concerning expenditures. Reporting has not been timely. The most recent vendor and category spending report that should tell us how our taxpayer dollars are being spent is from academic year 2021 to 2022. What has been paid and to whom in the 3 years since then? Should taxpayers be paying over $100,000 for summer tutoring at the Bridge Community Outreach Center in Littleton with its close affiliation to the new Epic Christian Academy building project? Should we continue to purchase pianos? Should we pay for ski lessons and lift tickets? We have heard from constituents statewide in communities large and small, red and blue and mixed, that the personal economic impact of rising property taxes is not sustainable for most families. We must uphold our responsibility as elected representatives to listen to our constituents. Waiting for the audit results is the least we can do to assure our taxpayer dollars are used wisely. So I strongly urge you to support Amendment 2505. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to address 2702H. And by my reading this amendment for the first time an hour ago, there are a number of concerns that come to light. We're looking at a performance audit that's yet to be released by the Legislative Budget Assistance Office, and we don't expect to see this audit report to the end of this year. Not the fiscal year, but the end of this year, probably late fall, December. Also, if I look at section 1B in this, it says the audit finds sufficient management controls. I don't know if any auditor would write a report saying sufficient audit controls. They're usually specific recommendations. I don't think they'd opine on this language at all. And I don't know how to define sufficient. Next, I'd like to look at the whole concept of what they're looking at here. Yes, the scholarship fund does report annually to the department, and they respond to the areas what they're seen as having to improve, and they've done that. They have complied. I see this amendment simply as, you can call it either a delay tactic or a poison pill amendment. Whereas they're not looking to see this thing get done, and the last part of this amendment states that nothing will be done until we have the 2 consecutive years. That could be years 5 and 6. Who knows when? It's a way to try and delay the implementation of EFAs. Students out there today need this, and they need it now. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on Amendment 2702H. Motion before us is Amendment 2702H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I know the EFA program is unpopular with voters across the state, as proven by numerous resolutions opposing any expansion at this time, and if I know a sample audit found 12 out of 50 EFA applications, nearly 25%, had been approved in error, including some families not providing sufficient proof of New Hampshire residency. And if I know the state's audit division is looking into the program now and should release their findings this year, and if I know the terms sufficient management control come straight out of the director of the audit division's mouth and are commonly recognized audit terms, and if I know all this amendment requires is something all of us should want, an audit report showing a clean bill of health before this wildly unpopular scam consumes another $100 million in taxpayer dollars, then would I press the green button to approve this amendment so that we can be sure the EFA program complies with our state laws and department rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Earth for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment is only designed to slow or impede the implementation of the EFA program, then I'll press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is Floor Amendment 2702H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 201 voting nay. The motion fails. We're now on to ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Murray, Kate Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition to Senate Bill 295, which purports to add a cap to the enrollment of the EFA program, otherwise known as the voucher program. We are told this cap will guard against runaway enrollment of the program. However, a cap is not a cap when it doesn't actually cap anything. This is merely a diversion, pulling our attention away from the fact that the voucher program is being expanded beyond anything that is fiscally responsible. I will explain, but first, to be clear, I know that we all have heard consistently and continuously and daily from constituents expressing their strong opposition to any expansion of this program, never mind expansion to the program, opposition to the program itself. When we take into consideration the precarious financial situation facing New Hampshire, where nearly every other program and agency in the state is being dealt significant cuts, this is not the time to expand such an unpopular program. With regards to the particulars of this bill, the bill states that enrollment will be capped at 10,000 students. However, when a certain percentage of that cap is reached, the cap is increased by 25%. This means the cap will never be reached because the goalpost will move as soon as the enrollment nears the cap. Instead of calling this a cap, it is more appropriate to call it a visor, because a visor has no cap, but it does shield the eyes from the light of what is actually going on. Or it's rather like a poor dog without a tail who's trying very hard to catch his tail, and it's never going to happen. The cap does not exist, as does not the poor little tail on the dog. We should also take note that the voucher program is now undergoing an audit, as you heard, and it is only sensible to wait for the audit to be completed, not merely with regards to the financial considerations, but also with regards to the efficacy of the program itself. We've still not seen any data on academic achievement of these students in the program, while all other students in New Hampshire must demonstrate their academic achievement. We should also look at how the finances of this proposal don't really track. In my view, not a lot of thought went into the proposal. And to be upfront, the numbers I'm going to share with you are on the low side. The House version of the budget allocates $36 million for the voucher program. Currently, we're spending about $30 million on the program. With priority going to students already in the program, this leaves about $6 million for new students. So, based on the proposed budget, expansion of the program will only be able to accept an additional 1,100 students, given that the cost per voucher per student is $5,200. This would bring the total number of students as currently budgeted to around 6,900. To come even close to the 10,000 student cap, if the cap were in fact a cap, which it is not, accepting the additional 3,100 students to reach this fictional cap, that enrollment would cost at a minimum $16 million additional dollars. This is money we simply do not have when so many other state-run programs and services to Granite Staters are being cut in this budget cycle. At the end of the day, this particular bill is not much more than a diversion seeking to focus attention away from the fact that the voucher program is being expanded by removing all limitations. Daily, we still receive emails from all over the state opposing the voucher program and in any of its iterations. 19 communities, and still counting, have expressed disapproval of this program. Recent news reports have once again highlighted that we are facing a serious statewide housing crisis. They further report that communities across the state have seen an alarming increase in the demand for food assistance. We should listen to our Granite Staters, to our constituents, and recognize the real needs facing Granite Staters and oppose this bill, which expands an unpopular voucher program. Please vote red to support your fellow Granite Staters and the state of New Hampshire. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I ask for roll call vote, please.
State your point of order.
Point of order. A voucher and a grant are different things, so I don't think the gentle lady understood the difference.
Yeah. The House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the first thing to know is that the amendment, the committee amendment that we passed replaced the entire bill, which I'll now describe. This Education Freedom Account bill removes income caps immediately, impacting the 25-26 school year. The amendment, the bill now, clarifies the EFA bill as it came to us from the Senate. There's a total enrollment cap that grows over time as needed. The cap is 10,000 students in the 25-26 school year, including both current and new students. For each subsequent year, if the enrollment exceeds 90% of the prior year cap, then the new cap is increased by 25% for that year. So in year one, if enrollment exceeds 9,000 students during the school year, then in the 26-27 school year, the cap is increased to 12,500 students. Priority guidelines are defined to include students currently enrolled in the EFA program, siblings of students currently enrolled in the program, students with disabilities, and students whose family income is less than or equal to 350% of the federal poverty guidelines as in current law. Any student qualifying under these guidelines is automatically enrolled, regardless of the enrollment cap. Unnecessary restrictions related to fall and spring terms are removed, and enrollment is on a simple rolling basis throughout the school year for all students. Finally, the enrollment cap is repealed when it isn't exceeded for 2 consecutive years, making the program fully universal. Please join me by pushing the green button to show your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a true parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I have been in the legislature now a few terms, and I'm seeing something that I haven't seen before, which is a bill coming out of finance that will significantly increase spending with no way to pay for that bill. And my question is, if we pass this bill today, how is the increase in spending going to be accounted for? Do we need to raise revenue to assure that the budget remains balanced? Or will it just go to the governor's desk and...
You're asking a question, not a real parliamentary inquiry. This is not a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Yes. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 295. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Eileen Kelly, Representative Eileen Kelly, for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there has been much discussion regarding wants and needs, and that the expansion of the education freedom accounts, commonly known as school vouchers, is clearly a want and not a need. And I know that the real needs of our citizens are left unmet. Mr. Speaker, if I also know that Senate Bill 295 as amended proposes to cap the enrollment numbers for the program, but only moves the goalpost by increasing the cap by 25% if enrollment reaches 90% of the cap, so one can deduct that there really is no cap, and ultimately provides for universal enrollment with no income limitation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our citizens have told us through town warrant articles passed in 19 towns, through hundreds of emails, in-person and online testimony, letters, phone calls, rallies, and published op-ed articles that they do not approve of expanding the school voucher program, would I then vote no and press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this reaffirms our House position and appeals to the other body, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know despite what we have been told today, this isn't a voucher scam, and finally, Mr. Speaker, thank you. If finally I know that this is in the best interest for students and Granite State taxpayers alike?
The House will be in order.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would I now press the green button to move this important policy across the finish line? Thank you.
The House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 295. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Boschman and Sorensen.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 190 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
I move reconsideration on SB 295 and ask members to vote no.
The motion is to move reconsideration on Senate Bill 295. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 295. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sofakidis. Representative Herbert. Representative Herbert.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 171 voting yea, 198 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Move to Special Order SB 249 to the next order of business, please.
The question before the House is whether to special order Senate Bill 249 to right now. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. Okay, the motion passes. The Committee on Ways and Means, which was referred Senate Bill 249FN, an act relative to the uncompensated care and Medicaid fund, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jordan Ullery for the committee. The amendment 2465H is printed in House Record 27 on page 64. The question's on the amendment. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to put the debate on SB 295, so that's printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 100FN, an act relative to violations of the prohibition on teaching discrimination, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2332H, printed in House Record 27 on pages 43 to 44. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. We will do a clarification vote. Everybody freeze. Okay, this is a clarification vote. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2332H. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote again? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Look, I know it's late. I know you're weary. Unfortunately, your votes don't ring out clearly. Try to keep up, stay awake, and apologies to Bob Seeger. Question now is on the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Megan Murray is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 100 as amended started out as a non-germane amendment and is essentially the same bill that we have heard earlier in the year that continues to provide vague and unconstitutional language that's on the books, rather than repealing the statute as the courts directed. As mentioned before, our history
Member will suspend for a minute. So it got kind of noisy. Everybody's leaving. This is a one-on-one debate, so you're just going to be back in here in like 5 minutes anyway. So let's try to be quiet and hear the member as she speaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned before, our history is sometimes mired in painful and yet vitally important conversations that are necessary to teach so that we do not forget our history and actually learn from it. With this bill and others similar, teachers in New Hampshire consistently fear that their jobs could be impacted for teaching the painful, honest truth. American and global history demand that we teach about racism in all its forms. The truth is, in America, despite the Civil Rights Act of 1875, affirming equality for all, our history teaches us that historical inequalities and disproportionate impacts on our communities still exist. Historically marginalized groups experience gross inequities around the ability to receive services that were without bias. Facts tell us that history has much to teach, and we still have much to learn. Communities of color disproportionately experienced school segregation, including in college admittances, the denial of home loans, unequally offered home appraisal values, unconstitutional reading tests in order to vote. Our history shares a painful pattern of setting different standards of access. Simply put, it is unconstitutional to discriminate based on race already, and yet history teaches us that there is still discriminatory practice happening. With SB 100, SB 100 is a call to turn an even further blind eye to addressing centuries worth of historical exclusion and systemic inequities as it relates to our programs and services. SB 100 adds an ugly caveat to its language that prohibits the adjustment of policies to account for centuries of disproportionately negative impacts as a result of racism, when in fact consideration should exist to address the inequalities. Other legislative efforts this year stand to add negative impacts to communities by already furthering to stratify our local communities by taking public taxpayer money away from public schools and leaving the haves and have-nots further apart rather than closer together. SB 100 sets teachers and schools up to yet again be fearful that they could be the recipient of a complaint and yet another investigation by anyone who simply files a report claiming to be aggrieved. Whether it is founded in fact or not, a full investigation will ensue and possible code of conduct violations levied against teachers. Not only does this bill's language stifle speech, it has an immediate chilling effect. This bill opens the law to further ambiguity and fear, especially for educators, schools, programs, and services related to public education. The only solution is to repeal the unconstitutional law. Please vote no on OTPA so that another motion can be made, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Cordelli is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 100 is a very simple but very important modification of the current statute on the prohibition of teaching discrimination. Important because the AFT Teachers Union and the AFL-CIO filed suit against Commissioner Edelblut, and a federal judge's ruling enjoined implementation of this law. The case has been appealed to the First Circuit Court of Appeals in Boston. However, given the record of the First Circuit, our best strategy for getting our law back up and running again is to reform the statute, and that's what we do here. This amended bill addresses each of the concerns raised by the federal court judge to support the case of the state so that we can continue to fight discrimination and critical race theory in our schools. Let's go over the judge's complaints and how we are addressing them. First, there's the issue of so-called vagueness. The law does not give teachers enough guidance, the judge said. Well, current law prohibits teaching students about discrimination, such as one race being superior to another race, and teachers can be in violation for doing so. SB 100 addresses this by adding the words intentionally and knowing. For example, intentionally or knowing violation of this section by an educator could be considered a code of conduct violation. The U.S. Supreme Court has said that such language in statements may reduce a law's vagueness. Next, the judge said that remedial discrimination, such as affirmative action, can be justified to remedy past discrimination, but that our law included a blanket statement against promotion of discrimination. The judge went on to say that if we are going to prohibit things like affirmative action to remedy past discrimination, we need to expressly spell out that white students are protected from discrimination. SB 100 addresses that directly by saying that prohibitions apply to teaching targets of any racial group, including but not limited to white people, people of European descent, or black people. We repudiate the judge's claim that discrimination against some races is morally different or even acceptable, and we reject new or remedial discrimination to remedy past discrimination, saying, and I quote from the bill, discrimination shall not be justified by special consideration for any racial group. I want to state clearly that we don't think that there is any problem with our current law, but making these changes to via SB 100 to overcome the injunction is what our intent is. Prohibiting all discrimination is not ambiguous as indicated by the judge, and it's unfortunate that we have now called on to specify that this protection is for all of our students. Discrimination is discrimination, and we do not want our children to be taught that any race is superior to another or is inherently racist or privileged compared to another. If a teacher is doing that, then there should and must be penalties. Judge, I hope that this addresses the problem you have with our law. Your Honor, I rest my case.
Representative Megan Murray's requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report on Senate Bill 100 of OTPA as amended. Representative Balboni is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the New Hampshire court has already found that key portions of RSA 19340, commonly known as the Divisive Concepts Law, to be unconstitutional. And this bill, as amended, does nothing to change the fact that the law relies on vague, subjective language that intimidates educators and restricts academic freedom in our classrooms. And if I understand that this bill does nothing to improve student learning outcomes, but instead continues to suppress honest, inclusive classroom discussions, leaving educators uncertain and fearful of addressing complex or uncomfortable aspects of history due to the risk of crossing a vague and subjective red line. And finally, if I believe that this law in any form is harmful to both our educators and our students and undermines the integrity of our public education system, and the only way to fix it is to repeal it, then when I now press the red button to vote down this legally flawed, educationally harmful, and administratively unjust amendment.
Representative Freeman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the definition of discrimination is the unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people, especially on the grounds of ethnicity, age, sex, or gender, and if I further know by addressing the First District Court's concern around vagueness by adding the words intentionally and knowingly meets the criteria that has also been set forth by the United States Supreme Court. And if I finally know that discrimination is discrimination and no child should ever be ashamed, blamed, or ostracized secondary to the color of their skin, religion, or ethnicity, would I now ask all of you to support the ought to pass motion and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s version of not being judged by the color of skin, but by the content of their character, by pushing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 100. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 in the affirmative, 165 in the negative. The report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to place the remarks on Senate Bill 100 in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, which is referred Senate Bill 206FN, an act requiring public schools to adopt policies to limit the use of cell phones by students. Having considered the same report, the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to be passed with amendment, Representative Melissa Litchfield from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Muriel Hall for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 2249H, which is printed in House Record 27 on pages 49 through 50. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Some of the members appeared to be going the wrong way. All good? Questions on the majority amendment 2249H. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote in this nail-biter? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 345 to 9. The amendment's adopted. Representative Hall moves amendment 2603H, printed in House Record 27A on page 2, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Amendment 2603H, legislation that mirrors the bell-to-bell cell phone and devices ban that we just passed and supported. Both amendments include 3 exceptions to the ban. However, this amendment makes this legislation better by adding a 4th approved exception for specific educational purpose. It's important to note that the previous amendment that we just passed is a bell-to-bell cell phone ban, but it's also a bell-to-bell prohibition on the use of all personal communication devices. That means no personal cell phones, no personal smartwatches, no personal laptops, and no personal student tablets, with no exceptions other than for approved medical, special education, and English language learner needs. This is a problem. It's no secret that cell phones are a distraction and can negatively impact students' emotional and mental health, as well as their ability to focus. Cyberbullying and cell phone addiction are also significant concerns. Restricting student access to their cell phones during the entire school day is necessary. However, given that devices such as laptops and tablets are also included in this ban, an exception for special educational purposes, which must be approved by the superintendent or his or her designee, is necessary. Without this exception, how might student learning be impacted? New Hampshire's #1 performing school, the Academy for Science and Design, a national blue ribbon school, currently does not provide a one-to-one computing environment for its students. Students are not only allowed, but they are encouraged to bring their personal devices to school. This is a school that is recognized for providing a world-class education in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our career and technical education centers Not all of them provide one-to-one computing in their flexible learning spaces. In some cases, students are allowed to use their personal devices for their instructional technology needs. An aspiring artist who is creating a digital portfolio for a Rhode Island School of Design would be prohibited during school hours from using her iPad with her Apple Pencil, a powerful device for digital sketching, painting, and illustrating. A film studies teacher would be prohibited from allowing his student videographers to use their cell phone cameras, powerful filmmaking tools, for producing their short films. Without this amendment, there would be no exceptions allowed for the use of these devices. STEM, CTE, and the arts are critical areas for which this legislation could significantly impact student learning without the approved exception allowed in this amendment. It could also present budgeting challenges as well, particularly if a substantial number of additional school-owned devices would need to be made available to students. What sets this amendment apart from the other amendment is that it includes an exception that allows any personal communication device to be used for significant educational purpose if approved by the superintendent or his or her designee. Under this amendment, school boards and boards of trustees, in collaboration with parents and teachers, would be required to develop and adopt bell-to-bell cell phone policies. One board with ample resources and access to technology might adopt a strict bell-to-bell ban on all personal devices. Another board with more limited resources and access to technology might include an exception for specific educational purposes in its bell-to-bell ban. Amendment 2603 offers a balance between a distraction-free learning environment and educational opportunities for 21st century learning. Please press the green button for this ought-to-pass motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we just passed an amendment that allowed exceptions that are based on need, like medical need, somebody needing to check their blood sugar during the day, or a disability need that follows federal guidelines, or a language proficiency need that follows federal guidelines as well. This current amendment is putting forth an exception that is not based on need, and it's called a specific educational purpose. But that term is not defined in the bill, and it's not defined in the amendment. What is a specific educational purpose? Well, in a school setting, it's just about anything. Who leads and motivates and monitors the instruction or the cell phone use? It doesn't say. Is this referring to a one-time event or a classroom that's a continuing class? It doesn't say. Is this a single student or a group? It doesn't say. It also assumes equal access where that may not exist. Not all students have cell phones or laptops. Not all cell phones or laptops have equal capabilities. Finally, it is a temptation. If you didn't have access to your cell phone all day and suddenly found it available, would you sneak in some other activity if you had the chance? I know I would. The purpose of this bill is to reduce the distraction that cell phones engender in the classroom. The purpose of the exceptions is to meet a demonstrated need, physical, disability, or language proficiency. Prohibiting cell phone use from bell to bell is a big step. Let's focus on demonstrated needs for exceptions before we add any others. I ask you to vote red on this amendment to defeat this motion. Thank you.
Representative Cornell has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2603H. Representative Cornell is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that cell phones can be a distraction in the classroom and can affect students' emotional and mental health, and negatively impact student focus and academic performance, and they should be banned from the classroom with few exceptions. And if I know that this bell-to-bell cell phone ban prohibits the use of all personal communication devices by students, not just cell phones, and if I know that we currently have public and private charter schools in this state that do not have one-to-one computing technology in their schools, and they depend on students using their personal devices to access technology, would I now press the green button to allow for an exception for specific educational purpose, an exception that would need to be approved by a superintendent or his or her designee? Thank you.
Representative Litchfield is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment undermines the intent of the amendment that we just overwhelmingly voted to support 345 to 9, and the amendment we just supported does have the necessary exceptions, would I now press the red button?
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2603H. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lamontagne.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 164 in the affirmative, 192 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now we're on the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Hall is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 206 as amended, a bell-to-bell cell phone ban. As much as I would have liked to see language in the bill that includes an exception for specific educational purposes, passing cell phone legislation is a top priority. According to UNH Survey Center poll, 69% of Granite Staters either strongly or somewhat strongly support banning students from having cell phones in classrooms, with some exceptions. Those exceptions, I think, are in my amendment. We have been on quite a journey to get us where we are today regarding cell phone legislation. Our committee started with 2 cell phone bills. One that, without educator approval, restricted the use of student cell phones during class instruction, and the other with the same language but included an appropriation to reimburse districts. Next came a bipartisan subcommittee's recommendation to, at a minimum, restrict the use of student personal cell phones, as well as other electronic communication devices during class instruction. This legislation passed both bodies just a few weeks ago without a bell-to-bell ban. When we started receiving bills from the other side of the wall, we got our first glance at a bell-to-bell cell phone ban. It prohibited personal device use during the school day, and it included collaboration with teachers and parents when developing policy. The amendments that followed have become even more restrictive, leading us today with a prohibition on all personal communication devices, from when the first bell rings to start instructional time until the dismissal bell rings to end the academic school day. It's a big step forward, getting cell phones out of the hands of children as much as possible during their school day is a bonus for their health and well-being. Please press the green button on this ought to pass as amended motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Litchfield is recognized to also speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I apologize, everyone. This was a surprise. I didn't realize that after that amendment failed, we'd all be in favor. I'd like the public to know some important facts. Mr. Speaker, as amended, this bill requires school districts and charter schools to adopt establishing a cell phone-free education. As I stand here today, I so wish that I could say that we were trailblazers on this issue. After all, we do take pride in being first in the nation, now don't we? Florida was actually the first to pass a state law regulating the use of cell phones in schools back in 2023. So far, 26 states have passed laws, with 8 other states in the District of Columbia implementing rules or making recommendations to local districts. 10 states in the District of Columbia have enacted school day bans, most for students in grades K to 12. Educators who work in schools find it disruptive. 90% of NEA members support a policy prohibiting cell phone use during instructional time, and 83% supporting prohibiting use of cell phones during the entire school day. 95% of teens have access to smartphones, and on average, 13 to 17-year-old kids in the U.S. receive a text message every 6 minutes. After a distraction, it takes 23 minutes to regain focus. I want you to think about that for a minute, please. Every 6 minutes, a distraction, 23 minutes to regain focus. If a class is 50 minutes long, when exactly do they have time to focus? When does the learning take place? If you try to say this is an anti-tech versus a pro-tech discussion, that's bogus. We received testimony from educators, administrators, parents, and students. They want this bill. Did you know that schools that have these policies, the bullying rates have gone down? Just want to let you know this bill does have carve-outs for exceptions such as medical need, IEP, and more. And this is similar to no longer allowing smoking in restaurants. Everyone wanted to stop the smoking in the restaurants, but no one wanted to be the first. Our kids' brains are like sponges. Why don't we just give them the time to absorb and take it all in distraction-free? We really can change the world, and we have to ask ourselves, in what way can we do this? You have the power to get this done. Let's get it over the finish line. Thank you.
The question is on the motion about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 206, and this is a division vote. Members, take your seats. Question on the motion of ought to pass is amended in Senate Bill 206, and it's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Haskins. Representative Haskins. Are you serious? You can't move back and forth.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 314 in the affirmative, 42 in the negative. The motion is adopted.
The majority amendment. Silly is now speaking against it, so we got a debate there. Now we got a floor amendment we're going to debate, and then the OTPA amendment.
The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, which was referred Senate Bill 210, an act establishing a study committee to study the issue of school bullying. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lawrence Selig for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 2318H, printed in House Record 27 on pages 53 to 55. Representative Selig is recognized to speak against the majority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's quiet down so we can hear her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition of Amendment 2025-2318H. My colleagues and I on the Education Committee share a deep concern and a strong conviction that bullying and cyberbullying remain significant and harmful problems affecting people across New Hampshire, most especially our children. These are not isolated incidents. Often modeled by angry adults, especially those on social media, bullying is pervasive, damaging, and far too often life-altering. Every student, no matter where they go to school, deserves to feel safe, respected, and heard. That's why we stand in strong support of the original intent behind SB 210. This bill, as introduced, creates a study committee to bring together stakeholders from all areas of education to carefully evaluate the current state of bullying in our school, and seeks to identify evidence-based strategies to inform thoughtful, effective legislation going forward. That kind of deliberate and inclusive approach is what New Hampshire needs. Unfortunately, we cannot support SB 210 as amended with Amendment 2318H. The changes made throughout this amendment shift the focus away from productive solutions and instead seem to place undue burdens on public school teachers and students. Even more troubling, the amendment leaves out proactive education. There are no provisions for teaching students how to handle conflict, how to change harmful behavior, how to stand up for themselves or others, nor are there steps to address students with disabilities who are often more likely to be bullied or be persuaded to demonstrate bullying behavior they might not fully understand. And there are no calls for parents to have any aspect of role or responsibility. Instead, it seeks to criminalize behaviors and teachers. Even more concerning is the exclusion of private school students from the protections and responsibilities outlined in the amendment, unless they commit cyberbullying that rises to the level involving the Attorney General's office. This creates an unequal and unfair system. Every student, regardless of the type of school they attend, deserves the same protections and the same support in learning how to navigate social challenges with empathy and respect. In order to teach children to grow up to be adults who stand against bullying behaviors and who learn that it is wrong to threaten to slash someone's tires or egg their house when the other person disagrees with them, we must give all students, regardless of whether they are public school students or privately schooled, the essential skills for self-advocacy and proper communication. In order to teach those who are being bullied that it is by calling out the bullying behaviors, speaking up for their peers, and declining to give in to threats and name-calling, and that the bullies lose their powerful and effective behaviors when we stand up against them, we need to take much more carefully calculated steps and use proven skills in these bills. This amendment attempts to address real harms of bullying and cyberbullying, but has significant overreach in ways that fail to acknowledge jurisdictional and practice limits of school authority, increase administrative burdens without clear benefits or supports, and blur the lines between school and family responsibilities. It also heightens legal and professional risks for educators. All of these issues merit deeper clarification, more stakeholder input, and likely a significant amendment before any implementation. We believe this issue is too important to approach with anything less than a full commitment to fairness, accuracy, and long-term effectiveness. We need better data, we need a broader perspective, and we need to hear from teachers, students, parents, and experts across the state. Only then can we craft policies that truly protect, and empower every student in New Hampshire, no matter where they go to school. Finally, we note the State Board of Education asked for clarification of existing bullying laws, not for a new, much more punitive one that focuses on punishing teachers and putting more students into the criminal justice system. Therefore, we urge the body to reject this amendment and instead support only the original version of the bill. Let's ensure we are building a safer, more supportive environment for all of our students. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2318H. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question's on the adoption of Amendment 2318H. Representative Balboni is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment replaces what was originally a strong, constructive bill to study school bullying and explore effective prevention strategies with a version that instead alters existing New Hampshire state definitions of bullying and negligence, imposes new procedural mandates on school staff, and escalates punitive consequences for perceived failures in reporting. And if I understand that this amendment was hastily drafted without crucial input from all stakeholders, that it places an undue administrative and legal burden on public schools, fails to hold parents accountable as key partners in addressing bullying, and disregards proven research-based approaches like restorative justice before involving criminal investigations. And finally, if I know that this amendment establishes a double standard by exempting private schools from the very rules and responsibilities it imposes on public schools, creating an unequitable and inconsistent framework for student safety and well-being in our state, then would I now press the red button and return to the original version of SB 210, a focused, collaborative effort to find real solutions to the serious problem of bullying in our schools.
Representative Cordelli is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we do not need to study bullying and that we need to take action, if I know that this amendment provides for increased reporting, greater communication between parents about bullying incidents, stricter time frames for bullying investigations, and increased legal rights for parents of bullied children, and if I know that the Department of Education states that it should be our highest priority to protect our children, and it should be ours as well, would I now press the green button?
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 2318H. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 147 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Cordelli offers Amendment 2651H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Representative Hall is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in opposition to Amendment 2651, which would make all of our public schools open enrollment schools, allowing parents to freely send their children to any New Hampshire public school they choose. This legislation presents significant financial and educational challenges, negatively impacting our local communities, school districts, and taxpayers across the state. Each month, school districts would be required to post the total capacity in each of its schools and grade levels. With that information, a parent would apply for a transfer to a desired school that has an opening. The student's resident district would then pay 80% of its average per pupil cost to the receiving district. If that sounds like a logistical nightmare for districts, it is. New Hampshire's public schools rely on local property taxes, and school budgets are carefully developed based on expected enrollment. If student transfers out of home districts at unpredictable rates, towns will be left funding empty seats while also paying tuition to receiving districts. Who will actually make the move? Probably those who have the means to transport their children across town or to another district. Low-income families may not have that choice, meaning that students who already face educational disadvantages are left further behind, increasing the disparities between the haves and the have-nots. This amendment leaves us with more questions than answers. How would the district budget for this? How might this impact special education services? What does this do to existing tuition agreements for which the sending community currently pays 100% of the per pupil rate? What would prevent students from transferring to a popular destination school because of their championship ski team or their first robotics program? What does that do to the programs in their communities they leave behind? Under open enrollment, districts will be forced to adjust resources and staffing to accommodate students whose families do not contribute to the local tax base. Local tax dollars meant to support a local community schools could end up following students to other districts, effectively shifting resources without the input of taxpayers who fund them. We must also consider the impact this legislation would have on students and school culture. A stable student body allows for meaningful relationships between teachers, students, and families. Frequent movement between districts could erode this sense of community. In reality, this legislation creates more problems than it solves. It would make it extremely difficult for districts to plan responsible budgets, hire staff, maintain programs, and deliver services. It destabilizes local school funding, increases inequities between districts, and imposes additional financial burdens on taxpayers. The solution to struggling schools is not to encourage families to leave, but to adequately fund our schools, ensuring that every child in New Hampshire has access to a quality education regardless of their zip code. I ask you to please consider the negative impact open enrollment schools could have on the communities that you represent, and ask you to do the same thing that I asked you to do a couple months ago. Please vote no on this ought-to-pass motion so that another motion could be made. Press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Cordelli is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe in education freedom, and that includes public schools. I will note that this amendment passed this House disguised as HB 741 earlier this year, but stalled in the other body. This amendment expands our current open enrollment statutes to say that all schools are open enrollment schools, that a public school student can attend the public school of their choice, whether it's in their same district or not. Parents have been fined and sentenced to jail for not being truthful about their address so that their child could attend a better public school. How can that happen in this country? We need to tear down the arbitrary school district boundaries and open the schoolhouse doors, and that is what this amendment does. The reasons that a school can reject a transfer student are only that they have been expelled, there's a history of disciplinary reasons, or the school district does not have capacity to accept them. But also, no school cannot accept or reject a student based on their need, their academic focus, their academic or athletic achievement. And why would a student want to transfer? From other states that have open enrollment between districts, we know that it very often is to access specialized courses, to escape bullying. Sounds familiar. And even shorten the time it takes to get to their school. But we also know from those states that have open enrollment policies that when schools have transferred out of their district, what happens is they actually begin talking to parents to see how they can approve and keep the students there. and many of those schools have actually attracted new students. And again, the money will follow the child, or at least 80% of it, from the sending district. That is current law, and that is also in the CTE bill that we passed just a little while ago. If we are really interested in providing the best education for each child and their future, opportunities like public school choice or open enrollment need to be part of the solution. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Cordelli sees your division and raises you a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2651H. Representative Hall is recognized for a parliamentary, no, I'm sorry, Representative Woodcock is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know that open enrollment is an additional financial burden for both the sending and receiving schools, which means each and every district that we represent will be impacted. And if I know that most likely a receiving school will be a town with a very solid curriculum, optimum class size, assortment of co-curricular activities that the taxpayer in the receiving town has agreed to pay for, but for students from their own community, not from another community. And if I know that the sending town is equally at risk because they lose 80% of the taxpayers' funds, yet the cost for the student does not stop when they exit, as the school year has already begun and the school department's budget is fixed for the year. And finally, if I know that this nightmare is even further exacerbated, as there are no restrictions on how many times a student may move during a school year. Fall at school A, oops, that doesn't fit. I'll try school B. Oops, that debate team is not as good as I heard. So I'll try school C. And at school C, I'm not good with it because the coursework I've missed too much and I'm behind. And these are just a few of the glitches of this poorly constructed law. Please vote red, fix the bill before it creates a host of unattended financial and academic consequences for the student and the taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Cordelli is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we have all heard that public dollars should go to public schools, and that is exactly what this bill does, and if I know that school district borders are arbitrary and that public schools like public parks and libraries should be open to all, unlike our nation's borders, and if I know that the students are not
The House will be in order.
And if I know that students are not school funding units, and if I know that the Prospect Mountain District Superintendent came to our committee and told us that open enrollment will benefit public schools due to competition, would I promote education freedom by pressing the green button?
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2651H. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cordelli.
Dude. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 160 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Before we do that, members are reminded you may not enter or exit the chamber when we're in the voting mode. If a limb has fallen off, we can probably make an exception, although it would be better to treat you right there. But during the voting mode, in your seats, don't bring food in the chamber. It's out there, which is why half of you have been leaving every time someone gets up to speak. Do not bring it back in here. Representative Seelig is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is going to be a division request, just so people know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition of Senate Bill 210 as amended, a bill that I believe sends the wrong message, sets a dangerous precedent, and undermines both our public schools and the educators who serve in them. Let's be clear. As amended, this is a bullying bill that bullies teachers. Instead of giving educators the support and respect they deserve, these amendments punish them, subjecting them to vague standards, fear of retaliation, and even the threat of criminal consequences. We are not strengthening our schools, we are scapegoating the very people working hardest to keep them afloat. Worse, this bill criminalizes kids while absolving parents of any responsibility. It's not about accountability, it's about blame. It places all the burdens on teachers and students and lets parents off the hook entirely. That's not how community, partnerships, or education should work. And let's talk about the so-called open enrollment provision. This bill mandates open enrollment at all public schools statewide, no matter their capacity or resources. Yet at the same time, it allows private and parochial schools to continue to exclude any child for any reason at any time with no explanation needed. That's not fairness. That's a two-tiered system that disadvantages public schools and the families who rely on them. SB 210 as amended is not about improving education. It's about undermining public schools, intimidating educators, and dividing communities. We should be investing in our schools, not attacking them. I urge my colleagues to vote no on SB 210 as amended. Let's stand up for our public schools, for fairness, for teachers, and for the students who deserve better, and I definitely request a division vote.
Representative Cordelli is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 210 came to us as a study committee to investigate bullying. We had 3 hearings on bullying this year. We don't need to study it. We need to take action. We have heard horrific stories this year and in the past about bullying incidences. Stories of excuses, indifference, retaliation, and even suicide. Keene middle school student. In Dover, in the class of 2022, there were 3 suicides. This has to be a high priority. We also addressed a section of the current law that we were told by the State Board of Education that cases coming to them, administrations have argued that it's really just horseplay, it's not bullying. And so we removed that section from current law in this bill. Open enrollment or public school choice takes education freedom to the next level. We have heard public dollars for public schools, and that's what this bill does. So what is the problem? We have passed universal EFAs today. Let's pass SB 210 for the Daily Double, and we will make national news when these bills are signed into law by the governor. New Hampshire will be the education freedom state in the nation, and who will benefit? The kids. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Cordelli requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 210. Representative Balboni is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that SB 210, as originally introduced, was a focused, thoughtful effort to study bullying and strengthen prevention strategies in our schools, but the committee amendment replaced it with confusing changes to legal definitions, new burdens on educators, and harsher penalties for paperwork mishaps. And if I know that the floor amendment forcing statewide open enrollment only makes a bad bill worse, undermining local control and ignoring the overwhelming public opposition to this policy. And finally, if I know that most Granite Staters want us to support public education by investing in students and funding the social-emotional programs designed to reduce instances of bullying, not layering mandates that divide communities and strain resources, then would I now press the red button because our students, families, school districts, and communities deserve better than unwanted and unnecessary statewide mandates.
Representative Nobles recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that bullying has become a significant problem in public schools all across the state, if I know that we don't need to study the problem, we must take action. And if I know that having open enrollment schools will allow students to easily transfer to a better situation for them, then would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The questions on the motion about to pass as amended on Senate Bill 210. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. The motion is adopted.
Okay. No debate on the majority amendment. Barry offers a floor amendment that we have division with PIs.
The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which is referred Senate Bill 213 FN, an act relative to absentee voting, having considered the same report, the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment, Representative Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. The majority amendment is 2461H, which can be found in House Record 27 on pages 55 through 56. Questions on the majority amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. Close the doors at right now. This will be interesting, because I don't know who's out there chowing. Members, go to your seats. We're doing a clarification vote. So, the question is the majority amendment to 461H. Members should be in their seats. We're voting. There are no PIs on a clarification vote.
You should be in your seats to vote, yes.
All right. If you're in favor of the amendment, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? I also attend to the state of the vote. 181 in the affirmative, 141 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Please stay awake. Every time you make me do one of these, you lose another 5 minutes out of your day. Representative Berry moves amendment 2688H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Election Law. You're halfway through your day. The floor amendment changes exactly one sentence on the non-germane amendment that we just passed to make it a little easier for our friends on the other side to tolerate. So if you had some qualms about the floor amendment we just passed, this makes it much better, and I would urge the body to vote green.
Fabulous. The question's on the adoption of amendment 2688H. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Thank you. The ayes have it. And the amendment's adopted. Now we are on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended, and a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. You should all know we have a whole bunch coming up that have no debate but division votes and PIs, so those can take like 2 minutes or 6 if everybody goes out and comes back in like the Great Migration. The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Representative Lane is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will introduce new confusions and misunderstandings in the application of our laws against public employees engaging in electioneering, and if I know that there are going to be some unintended consequences that may apply to our clerks and to the janitors who clean up after the use of public facilities, after a forum about candidate forums, or if you have somebody coming to talk about a political activity, those people, if I know that those people could be inadvertently in violation of this act, and if I know that the bill is wholly unnecessary, and if I know that the body on the other side of the wall has already re-referred it, then would I please press the red button so that a different motion may be made. Thank you.
Representative Perdue O'Brien is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in order to maintain the public trust, the trust of public employees, we must prohibit public employees from electioneering while in their official duties, would I now press the green button?
The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass is amended on Senate Bill 213. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. What? Somebody say no?
Sorry, I missed you. I didn't hear you yet, right? No?
Okay. So the vote is actually 189, 147. The extra vote added at the end didn't update because I had already hit this button, but it is down there. 148 is what's recorded.
Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 218, an act relative to absentee ballot outer envelopes. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rossberry for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved, it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is Amendment 2407H, printed in House Record 27, pages 56 and 58. All right. Question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Lane has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill's sponsors and advocates offered absolutely no evidence in the public hearings that we have a problem with non-citizens committing voter fraud, and if I know that the penalties associated with a non-citizen committing voter fraud include imprisonment, fines, and deportation under the current law, and if I know that the burdens of this bill will far outweigh the speculative harm that has been brought forward to support it, then would I press the red button to defeat this bill so that a better motion may be brought. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wood for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that uniform and fairness of the voter registration process for both in-person and absentee voters are important to the election integrity, and if I know this it only can achieve if the same standards are used on both ends, reference back to RSA 654:12, would I now press the green button to pass HB 218?
The question is on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 218. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Leapley.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 192 voting in the affirmative and 149 voting in the negative, the motion passes. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 221, an act relative to the verification of the checklist, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is Amendment 2463H, printed in House Record 27, pages 58 and 59. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Lane has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Newsom for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that annual voter purges are too frequent and are fiscally irresponsible, unfunded mandate with added costs to towns raising our property taxes, and if I know that a 5-year look back is insufficiently short when talking about preventing qualified citizens from voting, and if I know there's a more efficient and cheaper alternative available with the Electronic Registration Information Center, would I now press the red button to better protect and secure our sacred voting rights for all of our constituents who are already qualified, registered citizen voters on the rolls? Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill uses the exact same language we used in HB 274, which we passed at the end of March, and that therefore reasserts the House position that in order to minimize our vulnerability to fraud, election fraud, by using the exact same language. And furthermore, I know there are too many other good reasons for voting yes on this OTPA motion to list them all under the time constraints of a PI. Would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 221. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Malone.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 184 voting in the affirmative and 153 voting in the negative, the motion is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 222, an act relative to moving the state primary date, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the Committee. The minority of the Committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the Committee. First up will be the minority amendment number 2406H, printed in House Record 27 on page 59. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm to speak in favor of the minority amendment. So this will be a division vote on the minority amendment. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that while there is clear bipartisan agreement that a June primary is the right move for our state, a change like this requires planning. And this amendment gives our Secretary of State's office, our hardworking election officials, and campaign staff, especially our respective caucuses, campaign committees, the time they need to plan and implement this change responsibly. And if I know that this simple amendment aligns the Senate bill with our chamber's established position in House Bill 481, changing the effective date for moving the state primary from September to June, effective January 2027, instead of rushing it in 2026. If I know that we face a unique challenge here in the New Hampshire House every 2 years, recruiting 400 candidates for a position that pays $100 a year, which will become even more challenging if we move the state primary next year with candidate filing slated for March, arguably the busiest month of session. And if I know that with so many unanswered questions, this amendment gives everyone involved in election administration, political campaigns, and the legislative process here in Concord the runway we all need to plan for a major change in the biennial calendar, would I now push the green button to adopt this amendment in support of responsible change management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I actually have a good amount of respect for everything that my colleague from across the aisle just said, but I believe in this body and I believe we can get this done. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that if we can do it in 28, we can do it in 26. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that to finally end New Hampshire's incumbent protection plan, we should do it when there's few statewide and congressional incumbents running, like there are right now, that the time is now, Mr. Speaker. So would I now press the red button to oppose the floor amendment?
Question is on Minority Amendment 2406H. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 153 voting in the affirmative and 185 voting in the negative, the motion fails. We are now on to the majority motion of ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Bohm to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deja vu all over again. Last year, 3 times, we said no to June. We in this House passed August primary by nearly 70% last year. Now we're asked to do it again for June. Tuesday, think about it. The second Tuesday in June is next Tuesday for a year from now. So in the future, while we're here voting on bills, our opponents will be campaigning against us on bills we are voting on. And the primary will only be 5 days away. Wonder how many votes will change. And June, the busiest time of the school year. Remember, most elections are done in schools. Schools are working on graduations, etc. Think about it. Second Tuesday will be just 5 days from a session day. And the filing period for this bill takes place in March, the first Wednesday, the Friday, the week after. in the middle of this filing period are town and school district elections. The town clerk is busy with those elections and at the polls and doing state filings. The Secretary of State is also busy with state and county filings. And guess we don't care about that. And why do you think city elections are done in the on year? So not to have interference of state elections. Now we're asked to vote for a bill that interferes with town elections. And some say that the current system is for incumbent protection. Really? I remember when all 4 of our congressional seats were held by Republicans. Unfortunately, it didn't help them. It's bad enough now when I go to the gym and see all these campaigns ads on 20 TVs from September to November. And with this bill, we'll be flooded with ads from June to November. Those with the most money will win. Remember what I said, this bill failed 3 times last year. So, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote, so please join me by voting red so an RTL motion can be made. Thank you.
Will the member take a question? Will the member take a question? The member will not take a question. Chair recognizes Representative Harvey Bolia to speak for the committee report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have every confidence that we will be able to campaign just fine in March. This body will do quite well. Only 7% of the elections have primaries, so it's not as big as a concern as some have made it out to be. So I urge passage on Senate Bill 222. Currently, New Hampshire has one of the latest primaries in the country, sometimes the very last primary. The late primary schedule forces candidates to focus on appealing to their party's base rather than the electorate as a whole, which is typically 5 to 10 times larger than the primary electorate. Currently, the primary is long, the general is short, and this schedule leads to what's been dubbed as the incumbent protection plan. It favors candidates who have no primary or very weak primaries, and in the case of big contested primary elections of federal candidates, it leaves almost no time for the party challenging the incumbent to coalesce behind the winning candidate, fundraise, and transition their message to a general audience. But make no mistake, it's not about us here. It's about the New Hampshire voter. Please remember, it's most importantly about allowing the New Hampshire voter to fully vet their candidates before the primary, giving them time with the winner of the primary. So please vote green on this bill for New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we have not worked through a plan with the Secretary of State's office and local election officials to make sure that we are ready for a 2026 June state primary. And if I know that here in this chamber, I have not heard a plan, let alone a discussion about how we will manage the change here in the second year of the biennium to complete our work. And if I know that with so many unanswered questions, it makes sense for us to wait until the body on the other side of the wall takes the House bill and does what it will with it. Would I now push the red button to oppose moving the primary in 2026? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Burnham for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the House has already passed a similar bill with a June primary date, and if I know that most out-of-state college students are on summer break by the second week of June, and if I know this is a better bill with a start date of January 1st, 2026, then I would press the green button to ensure a better election process for next year. Thank you.
Question is on the majority motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 222. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 168 voting in the affirmative, 170 voting in the negative, the motion fails. House will be in order. For what reason does the member rise?
Yeah, I moved to table SB 222, and I guess 2028 it is.
The motion is in order. Representative Berry moves to table Senate Bill 222. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. SB 222 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 287, an act requiring applicants for absentee ballots to present a copy of their photo identification with their application. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2414H, printed in House Record 27 on page 64. A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Lane has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. So I made an error, unfortunately. We went straight into the voting mode, but there are short speeches planned on both sides, so we will have speeches before we move on to the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane to speak against the committee amendment. We are in the voting mode. Please stay in your seats. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry you'll have to listen to me. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, SB 287, as amended, is a direct attack on the disabled voters of New Hampshire and their right to vote. And let me explain. Currently, a voter in New Hampshire must provide all documents to register to vote. And right now, that includes a physical copy of a document that proves identification, age, citizenship, and domicile. The voter can then request an absentee ballot, and the town election officials will verify that the address the absentee voter uses matches what is on the voter file. Importantly, there has never been a case of absentee voter fraud that this bill would address. So let's talk about what would be required if this bill becomes law. This bill would require 3 things to happen. If the absentee voter requests their ballot in person, they will have to show their ID to get their ballot. And if the voter sends in the absentee ballot request form, they will have to include a photocopy of their ID or get their application notarized. Though this amendment was never discussed specifically, due to it being brought in at the 11th hour, the committee did hear other bills that would limit absentee voting, and what we heard was disability advocates coming out in droves and telling us not to do this. How is an elderly or disabled voter who is not able to leave their house supposed to vote? What percentage of people of any age do we expect to even own a printer in their home to be able to scan and then print a copy of their ID? We are telling these voters that we are sorry you can't make it to the polls, but we are also not going to give you another choice. This is what we heard from people who work with disabled Granite Staters. We heard that the logistical hurdles in this bill would cost disabled Granite Staters their right to vote. Also, the bill does not allow a digital copy from a phone to meet the requirement. Mr. Speaker, absentee ballots do not favor one party over another. Voters who use them are evenly split. They do benefit some of our most vulnerable voters, and we should not be taking their freedom to vote away from them. I respectfully ask that you vote against this motion so that a better one can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry to speak in favor of the majority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, what this amendment actually does is it brings absentee voting in line with voting in person. So if you go vote in person in New Hampshire, we now, thankfully, require you to show an ID, right? Voter ID is 70% popular. If you request an absentee ballot through the mail, you don't have to show anything, nothing. Your signature is enough. So what we're doing is we're saying if you're going to request an absentee ballot, you're going to be held to the same standard as a voter who votes in person. But I recognize that it's not the same. So we created some relief valves. So if you want to email in a copy of your license to the clerk with your application, I'm cool with that. I don't care. I just want to know who you are. If you want to go and do an electronic online notary, which New Hampshire allows, then you can do that. If you want to get your absentee ballot application just notarized the traditional way, that's fine, because guess what happens when you get something notarized? You show an ID. I don't care. I just want you to show the ID, and so do 70% of Granite Staters, including a majority of registered Democrats. So I urge the body to vote green on adopting this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologize to my colleagues from ED&A and Finance and Housing because I will be leaving after this vote because my wife just went into labor.
Okay. The House will come to order. The question is on Majority Amendment 2414H on Senate Bill 287. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 184 voting in the affirmative, 146 voting in the negative, the amendment is adopted. I ask people to just stay in your seats. We just have PIs for this next one. So the motion is going to be ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lane has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Question is on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 287. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murphy. Representative Tejas. All set.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. With 187 voting in the affirmative, 149 voting in the negative, the motion is adopted.
Committee on Executive Department's Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 178, an act relative to the Department of Health and Human Services, laboratory services for testing of water supplies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rivera can lay on for the committee. The amendment is 1743H, printed in House Record 27, page 47. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Leon offers floor amendment 2376H, printed in House Record 27, page 47, and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee amendment was when we tried to take some language about where the money went and make it clear. It actually was so confusing that the committee amendment did not get it right, but the floor amendment does. So please vote for it. Thank you.
The motion is on floor amendment 2376H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. We are now on to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move to special order Senate Bill 25 as the next order of business.
The motion is to move Senate Bill 178, 25 to the next order of business.
Correct. That is my motion.
Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion is to special order Senate Bill 25 to the next order of business. The House will be in order. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bunataki. Up or down, please. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 177 voting yea, 134 voting nay. The motion passes. The Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 25, an act allowing credit union members to pay members of the Board of Directors for their service as a board member, and consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Chris McAleer for the committee. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Ammon offers Amendment 2696H. Printed, it's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the...
He's going to speak to it. You don't want to address it?
Who requested the roll call?
Mr. Speaker, he's going to speak to it.
I'll be very brief. This bill, the underlying bill, is a good bill. It has to do with credit unions being able to pay their board members. So the underlying bill is a good bill. We're attaching to it House Bill 639, which is a Blockchain Basics Act bill. It passed this body in March out of Commerce with a public hearing, work session, vote on the floor. It passed this House in April out of Finance with a public hearing, vote on the floor. It got jammed up in the Senate, and we have friends on the other side of the Senate. This will be the shortest committee conference ever. If we pass this, it'll be smooth sailing. So please support, vote green.
A roll call has been, Representative Partial has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Ammon Floor Amendment 2696H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Staub. Representative Spar.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 175 voting yea, 150 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I would like to take up now Senate Bill 297 at this time.
There's no debate.
This is the one we really care about.
The motion is in order. So we want to do 297 to now? The motion is to have 297 as the next order of business. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 297 is the next order of business. The Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 297 FN, Act relative to pooled risk management programs. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Julie Miles for the committee. The amendment is 2473H, printed in House Record 27, pages 65 through 72. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
Back to Indiana. All right, so majority amendment, then we have an Aaron floor amendment, then we have a Drew floor amendment, and then OTPA.
The majority of the Committee on Executive Department's Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 180 FN, an act designating Coos County as a distressed place-based economy. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. And the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jeremy Slotche for the majority of the committee. The majority amendment is 1748H, printed in House Record 27, pages 47 through 48. The chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
He's not doing it.
He's
He's waving off.
waving off.
The question now is on the adoption of committee.
Representative Slotche is waving off also. So the question now is on the amendment 1748H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Aaron offers floor amendment 2474H and is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Today I'm offering floor amendment 2474H regarding to be put on SB 180. And this floor amendment basically tacks on language from a bill that we passed as this body on consent, HB 707, which is a landfill siting bill, which offers some new regulations and restrictions as to where landfills can be sited in the state of New Hampshire. And I hope that you will support this. It is relevant to the underlying bill, especially since there are landfills that are being looked at space-wise in Coos County. And the underlying bill does deal with the economy in Coos County, and we feel that this is a good place to put this bill for the Senate to consider and hopefully pass. Thank you. Please support it and vote green.
The motion before us is the floor amendment 2474H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment 247H is adopted. Bills on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Drew offers floor amendment 2642H. It's in your seat pockets. And the chair recognizes Representative Drew to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quick, we are adding HB 357, which is removing rulemaking authority from DHHS for vaccine mandates again. This is again emphasizing the messaging to the Senate that this is one of the House priorities. This is the House position, so please support it. Thank you.
Representative Weber has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2642H, and this is a roll call vote. The Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that vaccines work and that parents already have choice and that we should not stand in the way of what's already working well, and if I know that we have already if I know that a good bill is a standalone bill that will pass, and if I know that tacking a partisan bill that we know has been met with skepticism on the other side of the wall onto a really good, really necessary, and bipartisan bill is a really bad idea, would I now vote no by pressing the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Drew for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we've already passed this bill and we've already added this bill, and this is to send a message to the Senate, then I would vote green. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Amendment 2642H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sneller. Representative Leapley.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 163 voting yea, 166 voting nay. The amendment fails. Now we're down to ought to pass as amended, and the chair recognizes Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington is waived off. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 180. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Pearson. Representative Myron. Thank you. Representative Murphy.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 323 voting yea, 6 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 198, an act declaring the third week in September to be New Hampshire Service Dog Week. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Carol McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Patrick Long from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support recognition of Service Dog Week. Service dogs play a vital role in helping disabled people, including many of my fellow military veterans, live full, independent lives, navigate numerous different types of challenges, and maintain their independence. Most people are aware of the traditional role of seeing eye dogs, but are not familiar with the great variety of roles that service dogs work in today. Annual recognition of service dogs and their trainers would help some disabled people learn about what help may be available to them and connect with trainers or organizations which can help them get an appropriate service dog. Additionally, increased public knowledge of the high standards expected of service dogs' training and behavior may reduce the occurrence of service dog fraud, which tends to involve poorly trained animals not meeting the standards of real service dogs. I would bet most of us here don't even know all of the tasks that a service dog can be used for. Beyond guiding the blind, they can pull wheelchairs, retrieve objects, alert to certain sounds, such as a doorbell or an alarm, provide stability so that mobility impaired people can catch their balance as they move from one place to another, remind people to take their medication.
The member will suspend. We're almost to the end of the day. The member has a right to be heard, so will everybody just, if you have to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom. Member may continue. Member may continue.
They can interrupt self-destructive behaviors by mentally ill people. They can seek help for medical emergencies like seizures and diabetic attacks, and even can detect diabetic attacks. They can press buttons, turn on lights, detect substances their owner is allergic to. Some can even call 911. These aren't things most of us learned about in school. And even if we did, dogs have probably learned to do new tasks since we were younger and as the training regimes have gotten better. An annual day is an important way to keep the public informed about what help may be available as we come up with new tasks for service dogs to do. So please press the red button to vote no on the ITL motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to the service dogs and the wonderful things they do for the many people of the state, we don't need to declare a service dog week. We already have a federal service dog month, and we celebrate it. The governor can declare a service dog day or week or month anytime at request, and I believe Senator Ayotte, like all the other governors I've seen, will declare it easily and quickly. We've found that putting a holiday in statute means that the committee, the group that wants it will declare success and go home. We want the people who are working with service dogs to continue to work, and the best way to do that is to support the ITL. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 198. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Grody for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I know that Scooby-Doo is everybody's favorite dog, but he is not a service dog, and if I know that service dogs play an important role in human survival for children and adults, especially veterans, and if I know some service dogs work with the police as a canine dog, and if I know they also worked at 9/11, unfortunately, as a human remains detector dogs, and if I know that these animals do not advocate for themselves, would I not press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that when the legislature needs to take action on service dogs, like in 2022 when we passed a bill allowing diabetes service dogs to be included in the statutes, but if I know that we don't need a special holiday in order to say good dog, would I press green and know these service dogs are definitely good dogs?
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 198. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Newman.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 144 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 118FN, an act relative to the personal needs allowance of residents of nursing homes, making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services for Hampstead Hospital residential treatment facility staff, and establishing the Hampstead Hospital and Residential Treatment Facility Capital Investment Fund. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Brian Seaworth for the majority. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Gary Daniels for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2345H, printed in House Record 27, page 44. Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about cannabis. I am here today to speak in opposition to the floor amendment proposed for Senate Bill 118 that would remove the underlying amendment, which allows qualifying patients and designated caregivers to cultivate cannabis for therapeutic use. For full transparency, I am a registered therapeutic cannabis patient. I use cannabis daily to manage cancer-related symptoms and chronic pain. Like many patients, I rely on this medicine, but it's expensive and it is not covered by insurance. Since 2009, the New Hampshire House has consistently supported allowing patients and caregivers to grow their own medicine. And yet today, New Hampshire remains the only New England state where home cultivation is still a crime for patients. Every other state in our region allows home grow, not just for patients, but for any adult 21 or older. Let's be clear, Senate Bill 118 does not do that. This bill does not open the door to recreational home grow. It would only allow home cultivation for patients and caregivers registered with the state's highly regulated therapeutic cannabis program. This is about personal freedom, medical dignity, and economic fairness. Even though some dispensaries have lowered their prices, many patients, especially those who are low income, disabled, or homebound, still struggle to afford consistent treatment. And with only 7 dispensaries in the entire state, access is a real issue. Senate Bill 118 would allow registered patients to grow a small number of plants in a locked, enclosed space that must be reported to the Department of Health and Human Services. There are strict limits: 3 mature plants, 3 immature plants, and 12 seedlings. This is not a free-for-all. It is a carefully structured provision designed to help those in need. Also, the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board unanimously supports this amendment. So do the dispensaries, many of which are ready to offer guidance, resources, and even equipment to help patients grow safely and successfully. Senate Bill 118 is compassionate and smart policy, and it's time we finally pass it. We've supported this idea for years. Let's follow through and give patients the ability to care for themselves with dignity. I urge you to support Senate Bill 118, the same bill that this House has passed a few weeks ago, and reject this amendment by pressing the red button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you heard in the introduction of the bill, there are 4 parts to this bill. First one pertains to Medicaid recipients who are receiving long-term care in long-term care facilities. The second and third part have to do with Hampstead Hospital. And the fourth part, which is what this amendment refers to, is the part that the previous speaker just spoke about. It was added on here in the House, and it seems like deja vu all over again, because we're right back where we were this morning, where there was a pro-marijuana bill that was attached to a good bill, and we wisely turned that down. Not because you have one position or another on marijuana, but it hasn't gone unnoticed that while this House has passed numerous pro-marijuana bills, every one of them have been rejected by the other body. So when you have a bill that is good, why would you take the risk in harming people? And the people we're going to harm in this are the people in Section 1. It are the Medicaid recipients who have to spend their assets down to $2,500 to qualify for Medicare. And then if they want long-term care, they have to fit into 2 categories. Either you have a cognitive impairment like Alzheimer's or dementia, or you need help with 2 activities of daily living. Things like eating, bathing, toileting, dressing, continence, and transferring. This bill, if it passes with the marijuana language in there, and that's House Bill 53, and again, I'm aware that we have passed that before, but should the other body decide we're not going to go along with it, and historically they have not. In fact, I think there's 8 bills so far that have been rejected. Then the people that get hurt are the people in the nursing homes. Because right now, statute says that every 5 years the commissioner will assess and make adjustments to the cost of living. Right now, Medicare allows people that are receiving the long-term care a $30 a month allowance. But they also allowed states to supplement that, but at no more than $200. New Hampshire, since 2020, has been set at $74. It's set to go up this year in July, because it's year number 5, to $90. But if we don't do anything, it's going to be another 5 years before they get another adjustment. What the bill does in Section 1, it says we're going to change that 5-year period to an annual period, and basically kind of track it with the cost of living on Social Security, so that people can use this allowance for their personal needs, things like haircuts and vitamins, magazines, snacks, things like that. I'm not sure about you, but I can easily spend $90 a month on personal items. So let's give these people a break that they need. Again, let's not risk losing all the good because we've attached something on there that's non-germane and has been constantly rejected by the other body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this minority amendment, and I'll tell you why. The pieces of this bill that came over from the other body have seen some new action. As I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Speaker, there's been things going on the other side of that wall. And one of those is that the original version of SB 118 has been added to the budget. And that's these first 3 sections that we've talked about. I think it makes sense. These 3 sections all have some kind of a budget impact. This version of the bill has been passed by both houses, both bodies, and it makes sense to consider the budget impact within the context of the larger budget. So that leaves what is left having a lot more importance than it did at the start of today's session. And what's left is, as we've heard described, this home grow provision that was in HB 53. This language has passed the House twice, once as the standalone bill, and then again a week or two ago as a part of SB 118. What you may know that the SB 53, or HB 53, the home grow bill that we passed, was tabled in the Senate. I don't know how many of you know that it was tabled because it was a tie vote. They could not come to a dispositive motion that they could pass, so they had to table it. So it actually is not unreasonable to suggest that if we send this language again, the home grow language, back over the wall, that they may reconsider their position on it. And in fact, as we're talking about concurrence, the procedure says that they do have to make a decision. They can't just tie and table the bill again. So, Mr. Speaker, I, myself, want to reaffirm the vote that I've already taken twice on this language. And so I ask you to join me in doing just that by pressing the red button and rejecting this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Mooney has asked for a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Committee Amendment 2345H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Nevelenko for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to make a parliamentary inquiry in support of the amendment 2345H. If I know that this amendment eliminates what amounts to a totally non-germane addition to a good standalone bill, and if I also know that I have to agree with what my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Representative Weber, had to say in connection with Senate Bill 180, that it makes no sense to attach something that you know is non-germane and you know is not going to pass to a perfectly good standalone bill that everybody on both sides of this aisle could probably, I think, likely vote for and will likely sail through on the Senate side. And if I know that in addition that all of the cannabis bills, as we've said, have already been rejected on the Senate side of the House, and if I also know that we run the risk that we lose a good bill by attaching a bill that we know is likely to be rejected. We also know at the end of the day the governor has already said she's not going to approve any cannabis bills. And if I know that in addition to that, 2 recent studies which everyone should take the time to look at in connection with cannabis that says, new medical studies say the effects of cannabis are nearly equal to the effects of smoking. And also, I'll close by
Representative,
saying,
this is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
I'll close by saying, if I know I like a good movie like Groundhog Day, and I watched it a couple of times, I think I've already seen this movie here. So I would say I would press the green button in favor of the amendment to eliminate it from a perfectly good bill. Thank you all for your attention.
Chair recognizes Representative Pelosi for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Senate portion of this bill is already secured in the budget, so no policy is at risk, and if I know that the cannabis portion merely modifies the existing medical program requiring no vita, and finally, if I know that this current language will ease the financial burden on suffering patients, would I press a red button to reject this minority amendment?
The motion before us is Amendment 2345H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 103 voting yea, 215 voting nay. The amendment fails. The motion before us now is ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Housing, to which was referred Senate Bill 163, an act repealing the temporary moratoria and limitation on building permits and the approval of subdivisions and site plans. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. And the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. And Joe Alexander for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay this bill on the table.
Representative Alexander moves that Senate Bill 163 be placed on the table. That is a proper motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 163 is laid on the table. We have a motion to take. You're recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take Senate Bill 222 off the table, please.
Motion is in order. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Representative Burnham, is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Guys, the only thing, so Mr. Speaker, the only thing that can happen, because the amendment failed, the ought to pass failed, so somebody could try to make a motion to reconsider if it comes off. Somebody could reconsider the ought to pass failed, or they could immediately move on to the amendment.
All right, the motion before us is remove Senate Bill 222 from the table. Representative Wary is recognized. This is a roll call vote. Representative Wary is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that some people were confused on that vote between August and June, and so they wanted another opportunity to take a stab at it, would I now vote yes to take it off the table? Vote green.
Chair recognizes Representative Bohm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this was the fourth time we said no to June. June is bad, as I've mentioned before, and somebody reminded me it's also Motorcycle Week. So anyway, please continue and vote no and leave it on the table. Thank you.
The motion before us is to remove Senate Bill 222 from the table. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron. Yes or no?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 151 voting yea, 168 voting nay. The motion fails.
Last bill. And then he's going to speak to the floor amendment, and there's nothing else.
House will be in order. This is our last bill. Committee on Education funding, to which was referred Senate Bill 209 FN, an act requiring schools to engage in owners' project management for construction of school building aid and aid projects in the time of application. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is 2275H, printed in House Record 27, page 50. Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Cole offers floor.
Are you offering it or just no, speaking? He's still offering, he's not going to speak.
The offers floor amendment 2701H. It's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns
the
today,
House will
it
be in order. We still got business to conduct here.
Thursday, June 12th at 10 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
We have two announcements, one announcement, two announcements.
The chair recognizes Representative Saborin de Cornier for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr.
We've
Speaker.
only got a few
This
minutes
Saturday,
left, so would everybody just please stay in your seats for a couple of minutes?
This Saturday, from noon to 2 p.m. in the State House lawn, there will be a rally in support of New Hampshire families presented by New Hampshire Family Justice. There will be food, beverages, entertainment, and a guest speaker as well. Please come on out to support New Hampshire families Saturday at noon, State House lawn. Thank you.
We're on to unanimous consents. Chair recognizes Representative Bay. Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
No, she's right here. She's right here. The members, please be respectful.
Well, will the members please be quiet if you have to leave and recognize that the member has a right to present her unanimous consent? Start.
Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, mabuhay. A week from today, my home country, the Philippines, will be celebrating its Independence Day. Philippine Independence Day is a day deeply rooted in a long and complex history of colonial rule, resistance, and unwavering pursuit of sovereignty. On March 16, 1521, Spanish explorer Ferdinand Magellan arrived in the Philippines, marking the beginning of over 3 centuries of Spanish colonization, a period during which Filipinos endured foreign rule, imposed religion, and economic control. For 377 years, the people of the Philippines struggled for self-determination, resisting oppression through revolts and movements that culminated in their first Declaration of Independence. On June 12, 1898, under the leadership of General Emilio Aguinaldo, the Philippines proclaimed independence from Spain, signaling the birth of a free Filipino nation. However, true sovereignty remained elusive. By July 12, 1898, which is barely a month hence, Spain had ceded the Philippines to the United States through the Treaty of Paris, marking the beginning of a new era of colonial rule. For nearly 5 decades, the Philippines remained under American governance, a time of significant transformation but also continued struggle for complete autonomy. It was during this period that Filipinos fought side by side with Americans in World War II, demonstrating loyalty, courage, and sacrifice. The Philippines became one of the United States' strongest allies in the Pacific, ultimately earning its independence on July 4th, 1946. For many years, July 4th was recognized as the Philippine Independence Day, mirroring celebration of American independence. However, in 1962, then-President Diosdado Macapagal officially restored June 12th as the nation's Independence Day, affirming the original Declaration of Freedom and acknowledging the resilience of a people who fought for self-rule long before foreign powers dictated their fate. Many years prior to diplomatic treaties and formal independence, Filipinos had already been part of American history. They were, in fact, the first Asian immigrants to the United States, arriving in the 1700s and settling in New Orleans, Louisiana. Known as Manila Men, These early Filipinos, pioneers, worked as fishermen, built communities, and contributed to the diverse fabric of American society. Their legacy paved the way for generations of Filipino immigrants who continue to leave an indelible mark in their fields. Today, Filipino Americans continue to strengthen ties between our two nations. Here in New Hampshire, they have contributed immensely to healthcare, education, labor, business, and public service. From serving in hospitals to serving in the legislature, Filipino immigrants embody the same spirit of independence that our ancestors fought for, creating opportunities, advocating for workers' rights, and enriching our state's diverse cultural fabric. As New Hampshire legislators, it is our responsibility to acknowledge and uplift the contributions of immigrant communities in our state. Recognizing Philippine Independence Day is not just about honoring history. It is about reaffirming our commitment to democracy, justice, and inclusion. Principles shared by both United States and the Philippines. So today, let us stand in solidarity with Filipino American community, celebrating their contributions, learning from their history, and ensuring that our policies continue to reflect the dignity and inclusion of all who seek independence, opportunity, and justice. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, and may we always cherish the freedoms we hold dear. Thank you.
For what reason, member rise?
I'd like to move to place the remarks in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that the debate on SB 14 be put into the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, vacate motion, enroll bill amendments, enroll bill reports, receiving messages, and forming committees of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, June 12th at 10 o'clock.